Chapter 4236. As soon as the Underworld Massacre Order appeared, Lin Ling threw it behind him without even looking at it, causing the bronze door to open. The reason why Lin Ling used the Underworld Massacre Order was that he was too lazy to do anything. He didn't have the time to waste on this group of people. Moreover, using the Underworld Massacre Order as an ending, Lin Ling wanted to announce his return. This was also a domineering return. What's that? The legendary Underworld Massacre Order. Heavens, this is something that can kill the top 10 martial gods of the 9 prefectures. What the hell is going on? We were only ordered to test Lin Ling, but Lin Ling is using a butcher's knife to kill a chicken. He even used such a precious treasure to deal with us. Seeing the ancient bronze door slowly open, the people who were originally rushing towards Lin Ling were now shocked speechless. Using a butcher's knife to kill a chicken. This was undoubtedly the best way to describe it. Those onlookers were also trembling in fear because they didn't expect Lin Ling to be so forthright. Save me! Next, those powerful experts who were originally surging with momentum all fled in all directions, hating their parents for not giving them a pair of legs. Even the people who were watching the show were afraid of being caught in the crossfire, so they fled far away. Rumble! The bronze door kept opening, and wisps of white gas spewed out. After that, a netherworld general wearing pitch-black armor and riding a netherworld horse slowly walked out. He held a netherworld saber in his hand and swung it forward fiercely. Hulu, Hulu, father. A command in the language of the underworld surged out from his mouth. Behind him, a large number of underworld riders charged out as well. It was as if they were ghostly soldiers, and they occupied the entire world. This time, the netherworld riders were dispatched. They were even stronger than the netherworld soldiers from before. Heaven and earth suddenly became like the netherworld. Ghostly wind whistled, causing people to shudder. That terrifying scene made even the people of the God-Slayer Alliance open their mouths in shock. Their leader was indeed heroic. In a short period of time, in the distance of snow-blowing city, no one dared to look for trouble. Those who had tried to clamor before were now either dead or injured and had fled far away. This should be the meaning of, close the door and let the dog out. However, this dog is a bit fierce. Lu Chen was speechless as he looked ahead. He knew that Lin Ling, who had already caused a sensation in the final world after the domineering Underworld Order of World Massacre, had risen up in an instant and regained his former glory. With no one stopping him, Lin Ling finally reached the ground. His eyes were filled with excitement as he looked towards the crowd. Big Brother Ling. Everyone also looked at Lin Ling, and then they all pounced on him. Lin Ling's thoughts seemed to have returned to 4,000 years ago. He looked at the crowd as if he had endless things to say. Without a doubt, the snow-blowing city today was undoubtedly very lively. The final world was also surging like an undercurrent. The former trial taker had returned, and this had caused a series of reactions. After all, the trial taker was no small matter. In addition, this trial taker was Lin Ling. He defeated an expert with a first-grade divine embryo with a single punch? This Lin Ling is indeed much stronger than before. However, this kind of strength is only not to be underestimated. It hasn't reached the level of awe. What happened later? Later, a group of experts came out of nowhere and wanted to kill Lin Ling. However, Lin Ling used the Underworld Order of World Massacre. The Underworld Order of World Massacre again? Where did this guy get so many tokens? I remember that he used it once in Spirit Light City, and I heard from the Duan my martial god that Lin Ling also used the Underworld Order of World Massacre to defeat him in the Divine Realm. My god, he still has the Underworld Order of World Massacre? This is also using a butcher's knife to kill a chicken. I don't understand why Lin Ling would waste such a life-saving trump card against a group of first-grade divine embryo warriors. Perhaps his purpose is to announce his return. However, he probably can't defeat that group of experts, so he used this trump card. It's possible. In the final world, experts from all sides were constantly analyzing. They were all curious about the limits of Lin Ling's strength. However, the results of their analysis made them feel relieved. This was because they guessed that if Lin Ling was really strong, then there was no need to use the underworld order of world massacre. He could have defeated that group of people directly with his strength. Therefore, they all thought that although Lin Ling's strength was stronger than before, it was not that strong. This analysis had also quietly spread to the Spirit Nation, causing the experts of the Spirit Nation to become restless. However, these undercurrents did not disturb Snow City. On the contrary, Snow City was still bustling with noise and excitement. Everyone who knew Lin Ling came to visit and congratulated Lin Ling on his return alive. They were also very curious about Lin Ling's disappearance for 100 years. However, Lin Ling did not explain much about this. He only mentioned it to those who believed in him. Seeing this, the experts who came because of his reputation did not ask any more questions. Moreover, they also secretly checked Lin Ling's strength. However, they found that Lin Ling was still a martial god, only a level 9 martial god. This kind of strength could not be underestimated in the 9 regions. However, it was not worthy of the Lin Ling of the past. Of course, although Lin Ling's realm was not high, for some reason, when they saw Lin Ling talking and laughing casually, it gave them a strange feeling. It was as if the current Lin Ling had surpassed the limits of the 9 regions void and was comparable to the gods. Gods. In the current final world, there were not many people who had such a title. Moreover, they all appeared in the world of the gods. Some experts, after many years of cultivation, broke through the Big Kai realm and were titled as gods. However, this kind of ascension was only at the demigod realm. They still did not have the feeling of being invincible. After casually dealing with the visitors and waiting for them to leave, Lin Ling roughly explained what had happened in these years. 4,000 years? The Eternal Kingdom. Hearing this, Yu and the others were shocked. They did not expect there to be such a place in the 9 regions void where time did not flow at all. Second brother, you have cultivated for 4,000 years. Then your strength? Sakura asked in shock. Lin Ling smiled and said, in the 9 regions, I can be considered invincible. If it was the gods, I'm afraid 80% of them are no match for me. This was his conservative estimate because he did not know how much the trial taker's strength had increased after the 9 regions apatheosized. But even so, people still sucked in cold breaths. In particular, Meng Lu and the others looked dispirited. This was because they had wanted to defeat Lin Ling for a long time. Especially after the 9 regions apatheosized, this desire had become even stronger. However, Lin Ling's words made them give up on this idea. After all, they knew that Lin Ling was arrogant to outsiders but very modest to his own people. If he dared to say this, he was definitely not bragging. Chapter 4237. Apatheosized? Those people can't be considered as gods, they're just stronger warriors. Hearing this, Lin Ling shook his head. After experiencing the incident with the Chunyang spiritual master, he knew that those people were the real gods. Even the 4 great gods were just small gods. Lin Ling also had an intuition that although the ancient gods were fighting against the will of the world, it was obvious that they couldn't hold on any longer. Therefore, they were looking for heaven's secret everywhere in an attempt to find someone who could fight against the will of the world. And he, Lin Ling, seemed to be one of them. Of course, this was only Lin Ling's conjecture. After all, for the past 4,000 years, not only had Lin Ling been bitterly cultivating, but he had also been comprehending heaven's secret. As his soul power continued to grow stronger, he could vaguely feel something. Lin Ling even had a general understanding of the realm after the martial god realm. He knew that to break through that threshold, there was a great tribulation that was the most terrifying. That tribulation was called Tao Tribulation. It could also be called God's Tribulation. In the past, in Jianghu, there were many experts at the peak of the martial god realm. However, no one could break through the shackles and completely apatheosized. The reason was that they couldn't sense the existence of Tao Tribulation. Now, Lin Ling could vaguely sense Tao Tribulation. However, because his realm was not enough, he hadn't met the conditions to break through. Looking at the calm Lin Ling, the crowd's eyes flickered. They didn't know why, but they realized that the current Lin Ling was different from the Lin Ling of the past. If Lin Ling was said to be a powerful ancient martial art practitioner in the past, then the current Lin Ling gave off the feeling of a god. By the way, how's the spirit kingdom? Lin Ling put away his thoughts and looked at the crowd. Although Lin Ling didn't want to go against the will of the world because of their different standpoints, he knew that the will of the world would target him, Lin Ling, sooner or later. This also meant that Lin Ling and the will of the world couldn't avoid a battle. After Jiuzhou was apatheized, the spirit kingdom completely disappeared. It seems that it doesn't dare to go against the four great gods. Sakura immediately said. Lin Ling shook his head. He knew that the spirit nation was not that simple. He continued to ask, have the four gods found a new host body for the world will? We found one. 50 years ago, the experts of the four gods entered the eight gods' celestial palace and found a world will through a book left behind by the eight gods. Now, that world will is being heavily guarded by the four gods. The old woman said immediately. Upon hearing this, Lin Ling nodded. It seemed that after the overall strength of the 9 continents void had increased, the spirit nation did not dare to act rashly. However, Lin Ling had an intuition that this was only temporary. The spirit nation would surface sooner or later. After that, Lin Ling asked about Lei Gong's Grand Hall. At first, the old woman was a little hesitant. However, in the end, she said that because Lin Ling's life was unknown, Lin Ling was no longer a trial taker. Lin Ling was not surprised by this. He knew that this was only temporary. As long as Lin Ling wanted, Lei Gong would definitely return the trial taker's position to him. This was also the reason why Lin Ling had returned so ostentatiously. It was also to tell the four gods that he, Lin Ling, had returned and was still a trial taker. Alright, it's rare for Lin Ling to come back. Let's not talk about business. Come, let's reminisce. After that, the crowd became lively again. This lively atmosphere lasted until late at night, when people left one after another. Lin Ling looked at the noisy hall that had suddenly become quiet. All sorts of feelings welled up in his heart. For the past 4,000 years, there was not a moment when he did not think about this scene. Now that he personally experienced it, this feeling was indeed unforgettable. It was very comfortable. One had to know that for the past 4,000 years, Lin Ling was like a stone statue. Day and night he watched the sea unchanging. At that time, his heart felt as if it had been sealed in ice. Lin Ling, you're back. Just as Lin Ling was about to leave the hall, a ferocious ghost floated over. It was the giant ghost. A giant ghost. Seeing the giant ghost again, Lin Ling was stunned at first. Then he laughed happily. You're finally back. The giant ghost looked at Lin Ling excitedly. Its eyes continued to shine on its fangs. This was because out of everyone, only it was certain that Lin Ling was still alive. It even had this feeling when Lin Ling had entered the God Circle. Come. Lin Ling led the giant ghost out of the garden and walked towards the garden outside. As he walked, he told Lin Ling what had happened. Space-time passage? And there was an ancient great god helping you? Hearing Lin Ling's description, the giant ghost was shocked. However, your guess is correct. Above the four gods, there are indeed many ancient gods, and they should be fighting against the world will on another battlefield. What I didn't expect was that those ancient gods would actually be able to fight the world will. However, I didn't expect that they would expend their strength to enter the shattered god world to help you. It seems that the reason the God Circle destroyed you back then was because that God Circle did not belong to you, Lin Ling. Your God Circle is in another place. Hearing this, Lin Ling nodded and smiled. No matter how those ancient great gods are fighting against the will of the world, the martial artists of the 9-province void cannot just sit there and do nothing. We have to fight against the will of the world with all our strength. Giant Ghost, in these 4,000 years, I have thought things through. I know that strength is not everything. Sometimes, family is the foundation of a martial artist's life. Without these memories, a person is like a walking corpse. No matter how strong they are, it is useless. As he spoke, Lin Ling looked at the bright moon in the sky. He thought of the experts of the Eternal Kingdom. They always wanted to come back to prove that they were not walking corpses, that they were still alive. Therefore I will fight against the will of the world with all my strength. Everything is to protect them." With Lin Ling's last words, a powerful self-confidence emanated from Lin Ling's body. The giant ghost was shocked. Its fangs flashed, but a smile finally appeared on its face. It obviously knew that Lin Ling was not a kind person. He would not care about the people of the world. Therefore, he had always been careless about the will of the world. But this time, Lin Ling finally decided to fight it head-on. "Right, that power in your body." Suddenly, the giant ghost seemed to think of something and asked worriedly. Hearing this, Lin Ling smiled faintly. "I've already refined that power. When I first entered the kingdom of eternity, a mysterious power suddenly surged into my body. It was very pure and very ancient. After that power entered my dantian, it immediately began to purify everything. So, I've already refined that power. Therefore, the power in my body was unprecedentedly pure and could be easily controlled by me. As for that power, it was assimilated and gradually disappeared." "That's good." Hearing this, the giant ghost was happy for Lin Ling. Chapter 42:38. Good. Hearing about the 8 gods' heavenly palace, the giant ghost was undoubtedly excited. The two of them chatted under the night sky until dawn. It was as if they had endless things to talk about. As the giant ghost and Lin Ling talked, the giant ghost realized that the way Lin Ling spoke was different. Every word seemed to contain a heavenly secret. The giant ghost was secretly surprised. This feeling of being in control seemed to have only appeared in the 8 gods' heavenly palace back then. And this was the Great Tao. It really didn't know how Lin Ling had spent the past 4,000 years. In the next few days, Lin Ling didn't go anywhere. He accompanied his family and lived a peaceful life. This made him finally understand what it meant to return to one's roots. No matter where he was or where he fought, his family would always be his shield and his safe harbor. So, for the sake of his family, Lin Ling had to become stronger and fight against the world's will with all his strength. Time passed quietly. Lin Ling brought Yu and the others to travel all over the 9 prefectures. They went to the Qing prefecture to visit the 3rd princess and the others. They also went to the demonic forest and other places. Moreover, he brought his son, Lin Yi, to various forbidden areas in the 9 prefectures. These were the happiest days of Lin Ling's life, and also the most relaxed days. His aura became more stable. If he didn't release his strength, he wouldn't be like an expert at all. Instead, he would be like an ordinary person. Even in the final world, the news of Lin Ling's return was gradually calming down. Many people saw that Lin Ling was keeping a low profile and thought that Lin Ling was only SOSO. He didn't dare to be as arrogant as he was in the past. Of course, due to the strength of the God Slayer alliance, they didn't come looking for trouble. They also knew that if they weren't real gold, they would be drowned by the waves sooner or later. On this day, Lei Gong's men finally arrived. "Lin Ling, Lei Gong invites you. Come." In snow-blowing city, a tall man appeared. He was wearing a dazzling golden robe and had a whip behind his head. At this moment, he had his hands behind his back and looked at Lin Ling indifferently. All the people in snow-blowing city were also staring at this man. Looking at his appearance, he seemed to be in his 20s, but judging from his imposing manner, he seemed to be very arrogant. However, Lin Ling ignored him. Instead, he was talking to Yu and the others. He knew in his heart that it was time to reclaim his identity as a participant. The man was also quietly sizing up this legendary figure. Then he saw that Lin Ling seemed very normal, so he said calmly, "Lin Ling, my name is Jin Xuanzi. I'm one of Lei Gong's trial takers. After you came back, you took my trial taker status. Did you know about this?" After Lin Ling explained everything to Yu and the others, he indifferently looked at the man and said, "I didn't know before, but now I know. So, what else do you have to say?" "Nothing." The man named Jin Xuanzi smiled. "Lin Ling is the most famous trial taker in Lei Gong's main hall. Seeing you today, you are really extraordinary. Moreover, Lin Ling is a trial taker earlier than me. So, I should salute Senior Lin Ling." After saying that, he saluted Lin Ling. Lin Ling's expression remained unchanged as he indifferently looked at Jin Xuanzi. There was respect on Jin Xuanzi's face, but it was obviously fake. He continued to smile and said, "However, Senior Lin Ling, as a senior and the one who grew the fastest among all the trial takers, I think his strength should be very powerful." As soon as these words came out, Yu Yu and the others immediately knew what Jin Xuanzi was thinking. Jin Xuanzi's identity was seized by Lin Ling, so he must be very unwilling, so he wanted to find a way to teach Lin Ling a lesson and feel out Lin Ling's strength. If Lin Ling was not even as good as Jin Xuanzi, then in the future, Jin Xuanzi would definitely report him to Lei Gong and try to regain his trial taker's identity. Lin Ling naturally thought of this point. He smiled and looked at Jin Xuanzi and said, "My strength is ordinary, what do you want to say?" Junior Jin Xuanzi has always admired Senior Lin Ling, so I want Senior Lin Ling to give me some pointers. I don't know if Senior Lin Ling can give me some face and give me some pointers. Jin Xuanzi cupped his hands and said, since he had already said so much, Lin Ling had no reason to reject him. Immediately, Lin Ling nodded. When Jin Xuanzi saw this, he smiled faintly and stepped back. A powerful realm essence spread out. It was the strength of the peak of the martial god realm. However, what was terrifying was his divine fetus. A blue futon appeared under his feet, causing his body to emit endless divine power. The light of the sea urchin shocked Snow City. Many people's faces changed slightly, and they immediately stepped back. This was because they felt a pressure coming, as if countless hands were pushing them back. What a powerful divine power! Even young Beast Lord and the others looked solemn. They could directly sense that few of them could defeat Jin Xuanzi in a one-on-one battle. As expected of a trial taker, his strength has surpassed the leader of the 9 provinces' 10 evils and is comparable to the 9 provinces' 10 martial gods. Lu Chen also frowned and said, after the 9 provinces' investiture of the gods, everyone's strength had greatly increased, but it was obvious that the increase in strength under the control of the gods was even greater, and the trial taker was the most improved. Senior Lin Ling, my divine fetus is an immeasurable divine fetus. It is immeasurable and can absorb millions of forces for its own use. Senior, you must be careful. As soon as the immeasurable futon appeared, Jin Xuanzi's voice was filled with confidence. Immeasurable meant that his divine fetus could devour a large amount of energy. Thank you for the reminder, but you must be careful too. Lin Ling nodded. His body floated forward, and he gently struck out with his palm. Boom! Almost as soon as Lin Ling's palm struck, a blue light appeared in front of Jin Xuanzi. Then, it formed a futon and blocked Lin Ling's palm. 9th level of the martial god realm. At the same time, Jin Xuanzi also checked Lin Ling's cultivation level. His contempt for Lin Ling increased. Senior Lin Ling, with this power, you can't defeat me. Then he smiled faintly. There was no longer any respect on his face. It was as if he was baring his fangs. Lin Ling's expression remained unchanged. He continued to stimulate the strength of his body until it reached 300,000 realms of force. Rumble. With the two of them as the center, the void began to crack like a broken mirror. Lin Ling's strength is so powerful. Seeing the spreading cracks, Song Chiri and the others said with a grave expression. When Lin Ling returned last time, he had used this power to defeat a large number of experts with ease. Now that they were close enough to experience it, they realized how ferocious it was. However, Jin Xuanzi's divine fetus is too terrifying. He didn't even take a step back when facing Lin Ling's palm. However, the old woman next to him said in shock. She stared at the mysterious blue futon and said, could it be that the futon is really immeasurable and can absorb any kind of attack? Senior sister, if that's the case, it's too unbelievable. Senior sister. Chapter 4239. It seems like Lin Ling can't break the blue futon. If that's the case, Lin Ling will be humiliated. Yes. That's right, Jin Xuanzi came prepared. Now that Lin Ling can't even defeat Jin Xuanzi will surely prove himself in front of Lei Gong and reclaim his identity as a trial taker. Yes. Jin Xuanzi is too strong to be able to block such a terrifying attack from the great leader. Yes. Many people in the God Extermination Alliance said worriedly. At this moment, Lin Ling raised his head and looked at Jin Xuanzi. He squinted his eyes and said calmly, "Very good talent. Although it doesn't have any divine light, its independent characteristics should not be underestimated." Haha. Haha, I'm flattered by Senior Lin Ling's praise. Although I wasn't a deity in my previous life, with my talent, any deity is a joke. They can't break my defense. Yes. Jin Xuanzi could not help but burst out laughing when he saw Lin Ling's helplessness. Although he had foreseen this scene and knew that this so-called Lin Ling was no match for him, he could not help but feel excited after seeing Lin Ling's helplessness with his own eyes. Senior Lin Ling, this can't be your full strength, right? Yes. Then, he said with a disdainful smile. Hearing this, Lin Ling shook his head. Boundary essence began to appear in his palm. The boundary essence of the martial god realm surged toward the blue futon in front of him. Jin Xuanzi was shocked. He had never expected Lin Ling to have more power. After all, he already thought that Lin Ling's previous palm strike was very powerful. Of course, he was only slightly surprised. He said with a confident smile, "A very strong power. This power is Senior Lin Ling's gift. I'll gladly accept it." Yes. After saying this, the blue futon emitted a glow and absorbed all of Lin Ling's power and stored it. Yes. When people noticed this scene, they cried out in surprise again and again. Jin Xuanzi, on the other hand, was enjoying everyone's surprise. He also looked at Lin Ling, wanting to see Lin Ling's shocked expression. Unfortunately, Lin Ling's expression was still calm, as if it was not worth mentioning. Boom. Almost at the same time, another surge of energy was born from Lin Ling's palm and poured into the praying mat. It's still not very effective. Senior Lin Ling, my divine embryo is sometimes invincible. Seeing this, Jin Xuanzi shrugged. Now he was floating in the sky. His robe was fluttering in the wind, making him look even more like a god and a true challenger. On the contrary, in his opinion, the Senior Lin Ling in front of him was, in fact, a very ordinary martial artist. After shaking his head, he knew when to stop and said indifferently, "Since Senior Lin Ling can't solve it, then there's no time to lose. Let's go to Lei Gong's place." Clearly, he thought that Lin Ling had reached his limit. Bang. However, at that instant, another surge of energy burst out from Lin Ling's palm. Even though it did not cause the praying mat to tremble, Jin Xuanzi was astounded. This Lin Ling had so much energy in his body? Wasn't he a ninth-layer martial god? Bang. However, as soon as the thought crossed his mind, another surge of energy struck the praying mat like a surging river. Lin Ling had 7 dantians. He had unleashed all the energy in his dantians. He could not wait to see how much energy the infinity praying mat could devour. Senior Lin Ling. Jin Xuanzi finally blurted out when he sensed Lin Ling's energy. The reason being that Lin Ling was only a 9th-layer martial god, but the energy that he was unleashing had already surpassed the peak martial god realm. However, before he could finish speaking, Lin Ling's palm once again released a powerful wave of boundary essence. It was the energy of the 4th dantian. "Look, it's the great leader." The experts of Snowy City exclaimed too. Initially, they were worried that Lin Ling would embarrass himself, but it turned out that they had been overthinking it. How could their great leader be so simple on the surface? Bang bang bang. The energy of the 5th and 6th dantians was unleashed continuously. Crack crack crack. Finally, the blue praying mat began to tremble as if it could no longer endure the energy after absorbing too much energy. How is this possible? How is this possible? Jin Xuanzi kept shaking his head, as if 6 experts with powerful godly fetuses were attacking him at the same time. Even though his godly fetuses were immeasurable and were able to absorb a great amount of energy, there was a limit to it, as if it was about to explode. No one is undefeatable. At that instant, Lin Ling glanced at Jin Xuanzi calmly. The energy of the 7th dantian was unleashed like the straw that broke the camel's back. Bang! The blue praying mat completely exploded, and all kinds of energy gushed out from it like a gust of wind. From afar, it looked like a beautiful flower had bloomed. Amidst the dazzling power, A figure flew out and spat out mouthfuls of blood. Then, he steadied himself and looked at Lin Ling in shock. Lin Ling had actually broken his godly fetuses, and he had done so with such a powerful force. If one had to give an example, it would be like forcing food into his mouth, causing him, Jin Xuanzi, to explode. Was this Lin Ling's strength? Your godly fetuses are indeed very powerful, but in a life and death battle, your godly fetuses won't be able to do much because their adaptability is too poor. At that moment, Lin Ling's calm voice floated over, causing Jin Xuanzi to stare in disbelief. However, the Lin Ling in front of him suddenly turned into a shadow. Lead the way. At the same time, an indifferent voice sounded behind Jin Xuanzi, causing him to turn around. His heart thundered violently. When did Lin Ling appear behind him? Why didn't he notice him at all? Suddenly, Jin Xuanzi recalled what Lin Ling had said before. In a life and death battle, your godly fetuses won't be able to do much because their adaptability is too poor. Now, Lin Ling had appeared behind him. If he wanted to kill him, Jin Xuanzi wouldn't be able to react in time because the infinite praying mat was clearly slower. With his talent, he was clearly suited for a competition, not a life and death battle. In a life and death battle, he would use all kinds of methods as long as he could win. At that moment, the disdain in Lin Ling's heart quietly disappeared. It seemed that Lin Ling, who had grown the fastest under Lei Gong, lived up to his reputation. Senior Lin Ling, please follow me. In order to prevent the spirit nation from spying on the gods, the ascent to divinity has changed. Next, Jin Xuanzi ignored his injuries and opened a complicated rune seal in front of him, causing the ascend to divinity to wind down from the sky. Then, he respectfully invited Lin Ling to go up. Lin Ling nodded and walked up the ascend to divinity. Behind him, Jin Xuanzi bowed his head and followed. There was no longer any arrogance, and he was sincerely convinced. Great leader, amazing. Chapter 4240. What a strong power. Is this Lin Ling's full strength? In the martial god realm, no one is his match in terms of power. Lu Chen and the others narrowed their eyes as they recalled Lin Ling's continuous increase in power. Their hearts trembled inexplicably. At this moment, Lin Ling was walking calmly in the sky on the stairway to see gods. He was still calm throughout the whole process, as if nothing in the world could move him. Jin Xuanzi did not dare to breathe loudly behind him. He followed closely and quietly stared at Lin Ling's back. The curiosity in his heart grew stronger. Through the previous exchange, he knew that Lin Ling did not have any divine light and was not a god in his previous life. However, Lin Ling, who did not seem to be very talented, was so powerful that he defeated him in one move. This undoubtedly made Jin Xuanzi very curious. Where did Lin Ling go in the past 150 years? Why didn't his strength fall behind at all? After all, he also knew that Lin Ling's strength ranked in the middle among the 40 trial testers since he could defeat him. After a long time, the Lei Gong Hall, which he had not seen for a long time, appeared in front of Lin Ling again. Staring at the palace left behind by the gods, Lin Ling sighed in his heart. After all, he had not seen it for 4,000 years. In front of the palace, several figures stood there. Their strength was also incomparably powerful. One of them had even surpassed the martial god realm and was completely deified. Now, when they saw Lin Ling walking over, their eyes flickered with inexplicable complexity. Heavenly voice of God, Lin Ling. A famous figure 100 years ago, he was the trial tester who grew the fastest in the Lei Gong Hall. Although he was not famous among the trial testers of the 4 great gods, in the Lei Gong Hall and the final world, he was a well-known figure. Originally, such a famous figure was bound to become the representative of the Lei Gong Hall. However, things did not go according to one's wishes. In the Jiuzhou deification, this person had fallen. Although he had returned, he had lost the opportunity to be deified and missed 100 years of cultivation time. It seemed that he could no longer catch up with those people from back then. Lin Ling, you're back. The old man, who had surpassed the martial god realm, smiled kindly at Lin Ling. All those years ago, it was he who'd led the members of the Lightning God Hall to the divine world. Moreover, he knew that Lin Ling was extremely important to the lightning god all those years ago. I'm back. Lin Ling also smiled at the old man and bowed slightly. Go in, Lord Lei Gong has been waiting for a long time. The old man stepped aside to open up a path. Upon seeing this, Lin Ling strode into the palace. This Lin Ling is quite confident. The Jianghu continent is now in an era of explosive growth. He has missed the opportunity. To be honest, I don't think he should have returned. There are not many people who have failed to be deified in the Jianghu continent. He is the only one among the trial takers. So, even if he has returned, what can he do? In a world where the strong are respected, without strength, he can only rely on his past reputation. After seeing Lin Ling disappear, the others shook their heads and spoke. However, when one of them saw that the strongest old man was in a daze, he immediately asked curiously, Elder Yen, what are you looking at? Oh, nothing. The voice interrupted the old man. He immediately shook his head, then smiled and said, no matter what, Lin Ling's appearance is still calm, no different from back then. So, I don't think he is much weaker. Moreover, after Lord Lei Gong learned of his return, he has been very excited. I think Lin Ling will not let Lei Gong be disappointed. Sigh. Lord Lei Gong is cherishing old friendships. You know that. Sigh. Next to him, a middle-aged man shook his head and smiled. Hearing this, the old man didn't say anything. His eyes were still looking at the depths of the palace. For some reason, when he had a short conversation with Lin Ling, he found that Lin Ling had an inexplicable aura. That kind of aura was difficult to describe in words, but standing next to Lin Ling, it felt very comfortable. It was very comfortable. But to make a deity realm expert feel comfortable, this was a little strange. Nothing has changed. Sigh. Lin Ling didn't know what the people at the gate were thinking. He was still moving forward. Senior Lin Ling, only 100 years have passed. How much can you change? Sigh. Jin Xuanzi, who was still following behind him, replied respectfully. Lin Ling shook his head and didn't explain anything. Because for him, it was not a mere 100 years, but 4,000 years. Lin Ling, you're back. You look very energetic. It's beyond my imagination. At this time, a voice suddenly came from the corridor. In front of the corridor, several figures were leaning against the wall. They were wearing standard robes, and their long hair fell on their shoulders. They seemed to be talking to themselves. The person who spoke was naturally Zhong Shan. Zhong Shan and Lin Ling had a grudge in the demon forest, so Zhong Shan had never liked Lin Ling. Of course, this was after Lin Ling became a trial tester. In fact, before Lin Ling became a trial tester, he had been entrusted with the task of killing Lin Ling. It was just that he didn't have the chance to do so. Someone is naturally energetic to be able to return to Lei Gong's main hall again. Next to him, a person said casually with a hint of sarcasm. Hearing this, Lin Ling also looked at Zhong Shan, and a cold smile appeared on his face. Lin Ling looked down on Zhong Shan from the bottom of his heart. Now, Zhong Shan dared to provoke him? However, it was more important to see Lei Gong now. Therefore, Lin Ling sneered, ignored him, and walked over just like that. However, Lin Ling's silence made Zhong Shan and the others think that Lin Ling must be guilty. After all, Lin Ling was no longer the popular person in front of Lei Gong, so he definitely wouldn't dare to speak loudly. Zhong Shan was about to speak, but at this time, a sarcastic voice suddenly floated over. Senior Zhong Shan, is it fun to block the road? Or do you think it's cool to lean against the wall? To be honest, I think it's stupid. Don't you see that Senior Lin Ling doesn't even look at all? Does he care to look at you? As soon as the voice fell, Zhong Shan and the others' eyes narrowed. They looked around and found that the person who spoke was Jin Xuanzi. This time, they were all dumbfounded. Jin Xuanzi was the last participant to join the trial. If Lin Ling hadn't returned, his status as a trial participant wouldn't have been taken away. Therefore, according to common sense, he should hate Lin Ling the most. Moreover, even if he didn't hate Lin Ling, he wouldn't laugh at them for Lin Ling. Jin Xuanzi, do you know what you're saying? Zhong Shan stood up straight with a cold expression. I'm saying that you're acting cool, but in reality, you're acting like idiots. Jin Xuanzi sneered and said fearlessly. Chapter 42-41. In today's world, strength was everything. If Lin Ling was still strong enough, then Lei Gong would still appreciate Lin Ling. Therefore, Lin Ling was even more untouchable than Zhong Shan. You said we look like idiots? Zhong Shan and the others were furious. That's right. Also, you should change your hairstyle. To be honest, it's better for you to tie your hair up than let it down because it gives people the impression that you're useless. Jin Xuanzi nodded. Judging from the way he spoke, it was as if he was telling the truth. You're courting death. Zhong Shan and the others' anger was ignited again because Jin Xuanzi usually treated them with respect. But now he directly scolded them. Was this brat crazy? Suddenly they realized something. Could it be because of Lin Ling? This thought shocked them because Lin Ling, who had been eliminated, was more important than them in Jin Xuanzi's eyes. He's right. You look disheveled as if you've lost all hope in life. At this time, Lin Ling, who had already passed them, nodded and said. In the end, the two disappeared in front of them, leaving Zhong Shan and the others stunned for a long time. Lin Ling. Next, Zhong Shan gritted his teeth. He looked like an injured wolf. Brother Zhong Shan, ignore him. This time, Lei Gong must have met Lin Ling because of their old friendship. If Lin Ling is useless, Lin Ling will definitely be banished to the mortal world. At that time, we can do whatever we want with Lin Ling. One of them said coldly. All right, I'll let him be arrogant for a while longer. Zhong Shan nodded heavily and then led the others out of the corridor. At the same time, he said expectantly, today, the 4 great gods will send experts to compete for the recommendation quota and enter the 8 gods' heavenly palace. Let's go and welcome them. At this moment in the hall, an old man was pacing back and forth. In front of him stood a few people. At this moment, they were all silent and speechless as they looked at the old man who was full of anticipation. Of course, he was also jealous. And that old man was naturally Lei Gong. Those people with complicated expressions were naturally the challengers. They never imagined that Lord Lei Gong would lose his composure like this because of Lin Ling's return. Lord Lei Gong, please stop spinning. You're making me dizzy. A moment later, a young voice rang out. The one who spoke was a young man in a yellow robe. At this moment he was eating a pear and speaking with a smile. However, even though he was young, his every move carried a domineering aura, as if he was no one else but himself. The others also stared at him with a hint of awe, because he was a young Qilin. As the number 1 trial taker under Lei Gong, his strength was so strong that he could be said to be an invincible existence. You only know how to eat. Get lost. The old man glanced at the young man and scolded jokingly. Only young Qilin dared to speak so brazenly in front of him. If anyone else dared to do so, they would be courting death. But at this moment, the sound of footsteps finally rang out. Instantly, the hall fell silent and everyone's eyes were cast towards the corridor. Then, a figure that had disappeared for 100 years quietly entered everyone's eyes. He was still carrying a large sword on his back, still wearing a blue robe, and still wearing a faint smile on his handsome face. Even if the sky collapsed, he would not be shocked. Lin Ling was here. He's back. Looking at the man, Lei Gong finally could not help but laugh. The others had complicated expressions. Although they had already heard that Lin Ling had returned, after seeing him with their own eyes, all kinds of ripples appeared in their hearts. The reason for this was perhaps because Lin Ling was too important in Lei Gong's heart. Greetings, Lord Lei Gong. After Lin Ling walked in, he immediately cupped his hands and bowed. His voice was like thunder, powerful and resonant. Good, good, good. When Lord Lei Gong heard Lin Ling's straightforward voice, he immediately knew that Lin Ling was fine. Little brother Lin Ling, you're so impressive to be able to come back alive from the God's circle. Young Qilin tossed the pear in his hand aside and ran toward Lin Ling. He then observed him and said with a smile, 9th layer martial god realm, not bad, you're stronger than before. His strength was clearly impressive, as he was able to see through Lin Ling's cultivation at a glance. The others obviously did not have the same ability. They were obviously relieved after hearing young Qilin's words. Ninth layer martial god realm was actually quite ordinary for the current martial gods of the 9 continents. In particular, Sister Zhen, Saint Yi, and the others wore faint smiles on their faces. Little brother? Lin Ling was speechless when he saw the young man who was half a body shorter than him. However, he did not mind and said with a smile, "Brother young Qilin, it's been a while." He clearly knew that young Qilin had lived for countless years despite his young age. It was just that he was a little slow to mature. Hee, since you're calling me big brother, I'll take you as my little brother. Young Qilin laughed. He flipped his right hand and a mysterious spiritual flower appeared. "Take this, it's a gift from Big Brother to me." Sapphire's spiritual flower? Lin Ling's eyes glittered as he stared at the translucent spiritual flower. Good eyesight, that's right, it's the sapphire spiritual flower. Last time, when we went to the 8 gods' heavenly palace, we happened to run into the people of the spirit nation, so a great battle broke out. I killed all of them, and they either fled or died. Later on, I obtained the sapphire spiritual flower from them. Young Qilin said proudly, "This spiritual flower can improve one's talent, and it's also effective for the divine fetus. It's suitable for you." Lin Ling immediately expressed his gratitude and accepted it. In fact, with his current divine fetus body, a single sapphire spiritual flower wouldn't have any effect at all. All right, all of you can leave now. I have something to talk to Lin Ling about. At this time, Lei Gong also gave the order to leave. Lin Ling, congratulations on your return. Xing Yi and the others hurriedly bid farewell to Lin Ling and left with smiles on their faces. Sister Zhen glanced at Lin Ling with disdain. She didn't say anything and strode away. Lin Ling naturally did not look at her. Back in the divine realm, Sister Zhen also helped outsiders and not her own people. Lin Ling had seen through her, so he did not intend to give her any face. After everyone left, Lei Gong looked at Lin Ling from head to toe, then smiled and said, You're back. That's great. Where have you been all these years?" Lin Ling immediately told him what had happened, but he did not mention that someone had secretly helped him. "That's strange. You entered a void where time did not flow?" Hearing this, Lei Gong was also very surprised, but then he laughed and said, "No matter what, it's good that you're back, it's good that you're back." Then, as if he had thought of something, he asked curiously, "By the way, what level is your Luai's real body?" Luai's real body? Chapter 42-42. Back then, the comprehension that Lei Gong left in his mind could be unlocked along with Lin Ling's comprehension. Therefore, Lin Ling immediately started to investigate. "Have you reached the 2nd level?" Seeing that Lin Ling was silent, Lei Gong was still looking forward to it, and his eyes were filled with excitement. Cultivating to the 2nd level of the Luai's real god in 100 years was undoubtedly an extremely exciting improvement. The 2nd level seems to be driving thunder and lightning. Give birth to 300 divine energy and increase speed by 20,000 boundaries. Lin Ling found the comprehension of the Luai's real body and said immediately, You know the name of the 2nd level. This means that you have unlocked that level of comprehension and cultivated to the 2nd level. TSK, amazing. I didn't expect your comprehension to be so strong." Lei Gong was pleasantly surprised and paced back and forth. He was very pleased. His close friend's inheritance had finally found the most suitable successor. In fact, I also cultivated the Luai's real body back then. Because my divine fetus wasn't a Luai's real body, I couldn't cultivate it to the peak. However, it took me 1,000 years to cultivate to the 2nd level. Now, you have achieved the same result as me in 1,000 years in just 100 years. Lin Ling, your understanding of lightning, your comprehension is even better than mine. In the end, Lei Gong stopped and stroked his beard as he spoke. Well, Lord Lei Gong, the 3rd level seems to be swift thunder and fierce wind. It gives birth to 500 divine energy and increases speed by 30,000 boundaries, right? At this moment, Lin Ling asked curiously. That's right. The 3rd level has 6 thunder wings on the body, increasing one's speed tremendously. Moreover, the divine force is extremely ferocious. Back then, I used 2,000 years to comprehend this level. As for the name of this level, It took me 2,000 years to figure it out. Wait, you know the name of the third level? Could it be? When Lei Gong heard Lin Ling's words, he nodded at first. However, he suddenly thought of something and looked at Lin Ling in shock. Lin Ling nodded and said honestly, I seem to have cultivated to the third level. But Lei Gong's exclamation shook the entire palace. Outside the palace and in the blessed enclave, countless people looked over in surprise, because it seemed like it had been thousands of years since Lei Gong lost his composure and cried out in alarm. Third stage, 100 years, 100 years. Lei Gong's voice was trembling. He never would have thought that Lin Ling's perception was actually so terrifying. How could he know that Lin Ling's 4,000 years of bitter cultivation had not only been used to increase his soul force, but also to comprehend the Great Tao? Once the Great Tao was formed, many comprehensions would naturally follow. Well, I don't know why, but when I took a look at the comprehension that Lord Lei Gong left for me, I think I can see the fourth level. At this time, Lin Ling said again, the fourth level seems to be one thunder two flashes, increasing the power of 800 strands of divinity and the speed of 80,000 worlds. The moment he said that, Lei Gong was petrified. He stretched out his finger and pointed at Lin Ling, but he couldn't say a word. In 100 years, he had cultivated the Luai's true god to the fourth level. Even the ancient great gods back then could only do so. This also meant that even if Lin Ling's strength didn't increase at all, with the fourth level, his strength would be above average among the 10 trial takers in Lei Gong's palace. He was still as powerful as before. You actually comprehended the fourth level? Why didn't you tell me earlier? Did you want to scare me to death? Then, Lei Gong's petrified body cracked as he scolded Lin Ling with a smile. Lin Ling scratched the back of his head. Because he had studied too many fields over the years, he only had a rough idea of what realm the Luai's true body was at. After all, the Luai's true body wasn't the only powerful technique he had. Lord Lei Gong, Lin Ling didn't mean to hide it, I just saw it. Lin Ling hurriedly bowed and said, but who knew that after he said that, Lei Gong looked as if he was struck by lightning again. He muttered to himself, just now. You said just now? Yes, I thought that I had comprehended the third level. Then I tried to comprehend it again. Who knew that the fourth level would appear? Unfortunately, the fifth level was a little blurry. Lin Ling shook his head regretfully. Try to comprehend it again? Then the fourth level appeared? And from your tone, you seem to be very surprised and helpless. Lei Gong was tongue-tied. Then, with a plop, he fell to the ground as if he had fainted. This was because from Lin Ling's tone he could tell that for the past 100 years, Lin Ling's focus wasn't on the Luai's true body at all. On the contrary, after Lei Gong mentioned it, Lin Ling only managed to comprehend a little bit at the last minute. However, this casual comprehension had resulted in the fourth level appearing. And this was casual comprehension. What if he was focused on it? Therefore, Lei Gong was both angry and shocked. He was angry because Lin Ling didn't take the Luai's true body seriously. He was shocked because in 100 years, Lin Ling had comprehended the fourth level. Was he trying to slap Lei Gong in the face? After all, it had taken him 10,000 years to reach the fourth level of the Thunder God realm. Lin Ling looked awkwardly at Lei Gong on the ground and helplessly scratched the back of his head again. Previously, after he had casually comprehended it, he immediately realized that his strength had increased again. The third level of the fusion talent was originally 1,500 streaks of divine power. Now, it had reached more than 2,000 streaks of divine power. As for his speed, it had reached 150,000 boundary speed. Even the second level of the fusion talent had reached 1,500 streaks of divine power. It seems that I comprehended too many other realms and restricted the Luai's true body. Moreover, the Luai's true body isn't as weak as I thought. Then Lin Ling muttered to himself. Plop. Although this sentence was said softly, Lei Gong still heard it. Therefore, just as he got up, he fell to the ground again. This kid, is he trying to anger me to death? Not as weak as I thought? This is the legacy left behind by the Luai's true body. A powerful lightning mystique from the era of gods. Could it be that this kid has a mystique even stronger than the Luai's true body? Suppressing the blood that was about to spurt out, Lei Gong stood up with a dark face and stared at Lin Ling. He wanted to scold him, but he didn't know how to do it. After all, although Lin Ling had neglected the Luai's true body, that kind of progress was actually beyond his imagination. Therefore, in the end, he just laughed and scolded. It seems that you haven't neglected your cultivation for the past 4,000 years. In that case, I'm completely relieved. Chapter 42-43. Lord Lei Gong, that power has been refined by me for the past 4,000 years. Rest assured, Lei Gong. Yes. Seeing Lei Gong's worried expression, Lin Ling's heart warmed and he immediately replied. Refined? That's good. It seems that I was wrong about you. You must have used 4,000 years to refine that power. I thought that you were wasting your time on unorthodox methods and neglected the Lei's true body. Yes. Hearing this, Lei Gong smiled and felt happy for Lin Ling. In reality, he did not know that Lin Ling had indeed been bitterly cultivating in other areas for the past 4,000 years. As for the power left behind by the spirit nation, it was not refined by Lin Ling, but with the help of an ancient great god. Alright, now that you're back, you can be a trial taker again. You'll still be a 7-star trial taker. What do you think? Lei Gong said again. Then, seeing Lin Ling nod, he immediately smiled and said, Next, there will be people from the 4 great gods who will enter the 8 gods' heavenly palace to search for the secret of the world will host. Ahal Lei Gong will arrange for you to go. If you succeed in returning, you will directly become an 8-star trial taker. Good. Yes. Lin Ling had long wanted to bring the giant ghost back to the 8 gods' heavenly palace, so he immediately nodded. Lord Lei Gong, the people from the other gods have arrived. At this time, a voice came from outside the hall. Lei Gong nodded and said to Lin Ling, This time, the number of people going to the 8 gods' heavenly palace is limited, so there will be a competition. Next, the 4 great gods will decide the number of people who will go through elimination. Lin Ling, you will go. Are you confident? Yes. He stared at Lin Ling with a burning gaze. After all, Lin Ling's name was illustrious in the past. Now that he had returned after 100 years, there were naturally many people who wanted to see Lin Ling's good show. Previously, Lei Gong was also very worried about Lin Ling, but now he was 100% relieved. Confidence. Seeing Lei Gong's burning gaze, Lin Ling smiled and said, You brat. Lei Gong jokingly scolded. He naturally knew the meaning behind Lin Ling's words. With a wave of his right hand, the ancient door of the hall opened with a rumble. Then he led Lin Ling out. There were many people waiting in the ancient corridor. When they saw Lei Gong, they all cupped their hands and bowed. Xingyi, last time, when we went to the 8 gods' heavenly palace, Yulin represented our Lei Gong hall. This time, there will be 2 or 3 spots. You and Lin Ling will definitely be recommended by me. Are you confident? While walking forward, Lei Gong suddenly stopped and looked at a man by the side of the corridor. That man was the 8-star trial taker, Xingyi. He had clearly lost in the competition for the last slot. If it weren't for the young Qilin, Lei Gong would have been utterly humiliated. So this time, it was time for Xingyi to reclaim his honor. One had to know that Xingyi used to be the number 2 trial taker in Lei Gong Hall. However, after the investiture of the 9 prefectures, he didn't improve much. Not only did he not return to his position as a god, but his divine embryo only improved by 1 grade. This kind of improvement was a huge leap for the experts of the 9 prefectures, but for a god's trial taker, it was very dim and insignificant. So when Xingyi went to the 8 gods' heavenly palace last time, the slot that should have been his was forcibly snatched away by someone else. This caused Xingyi to lose face in Lei Gong Hall. Lord Lei Gong, this time, I will definitely take back my slot. Xingyi looked at Lei Gong solemnly and then bowed deeply to Lei Gong. The moment he lowered his head, his eyes became moist. This was because he was no longer the number 2 trial taker in Lei Gong Hall, but Lord Lei Gong still gave him a chance. How could he not be moved? Okay, I believe you. Remember, this trip to the 8 gods' heavenly palace is very important. If you can find the next world will host body, you will be able to advance by 1 star. You are now a 7-star trial taker like Lin Ling, no longer an 8-star. So, you must seize this opportunity and lose it. Seize it back. Lord Lei Gong said again. After he finished speaking, he strode forward majestically. There were a few trial takers at the side of the corridor. Their eyes flickered with a hint of jealousy. During the last trip to the 8 gods' celestial palace, the Thunder God had also given the opportunity to Xingyi. Now, the same thing had happened again. In addition, the other slot had been taken by Lin Ling. This meant that they only had 1 slot left to fight for. One had to know that there were a total of 10 slots to enter the 8 gods' heavenly palace. According to the allocation, each god would have 2 slots, making a total of 8. However, there would still be 2 extra slots, and these 2 slots would depend on their own efforts. Of course, others could also seize the slots of others. To put it bluntly, it was a competition for the top 10. Those who entered the top 10 would also obtain 10 slots. Moreover, apart from the trial takers, there were also divine generals and divine paladins. After all, the 8 gods' heavenly palace was also a place of great treasures. Last time, people had not finished exploring the 7th floor and had not entered the 8th floor. Everyone was curious about this mysterious palace left behind by a god. If not for Sister Zhen and Brother Qilin, our Lei Gong Hall's slot would have been taken away. This Xingyi actually has the face to fight again. Don't worry, when he loses, we will go. Seeing Lei Gong walk further and further away, the trial takers in the corridor whispered quietly. In truth, Lei Gong also heard these words, but he did not say anything. After all, in the world of gods, strength was revered, and the competition was fierce. Although the trial takers' words were unpleasant to hear, they were also a form of encouragement for Xingyi. As for Xingyi, he naturally heard them as well. Although he appeared calm on the surface, he secretly clenched his fists. Senior brother Xingyi, let's work hard together. At this time, Lin Ling smiled at Xingyi and said, Okay, let's work hard together. Xingyi looked at Lin Ling with a warm gaze. Perhaps in his opinion, Lin Ling was in the same boat as him. Then he saw that Lin Ling did not look down on him, so he walked side by side with Lin Ling. At the same time, he said, I don't know why, even though I have the bloodline of the Eastern Emperor Tai, in the God world. In the God world, I actually did not obtain anything. For the past 100 years, I was originally the 2nd strongest trial taker, but now I'm the 5th. That feeling is really unpleasant. He seemed to have suppressed his feelings for a long time, so he poured out his heart to Lin Ling. At this time, Lin Ling naturally knew that listening to Xingyi's recital was more important than anything else. After all, Xingyi was also venting his frustrations over the years. Lin Ling also had a good impression of Xingyi. After all, when Xingyi was strong, he was also very polite to Lin Ling. Of course, Lin Ling was also very puzzled that Xingyi did not return to his godhood in the God world. After all, he guessed that Xingyi had the bloodline of the Eastern Emperor Tai, so his background should not be small. Chapter 42-44. It's been 100 years and I've gradually gotten used to it. Time reveals a person's heart and I've seen through some people's faces. Xingyi continued as he glanced behind him. He was obviously talking about those people. He then shook his head and said, However, I'm fine personally. But I didn't want the Thunder God to be ridiculed because of me. You should know that ever since the Spirit Kingdom disappeared, the competition among the 4 great gods has become extremely intense. The weak have to endure even more ridicule than before. Lei Gong, I've let him down. Xingyi's eyes started to moisten as he spoke. This caused ripples in Lin Ling's heart. He could see that Xingyi respected Lei Gong very much. He was both a teacher and a friend. He was more like a great father. Back then, if it wasn't for Lord Lei Gong, I would have been a beggar on the streets. Perhaps my bones would have been buried in the yellow slope outside the city. It was Lord Lei Gong who brought me back and nurtured me since I was young. I will never be able to repay this kindness in my entire life. Although Lord Lei Gong isn't my master, nor is he my master. He isn't my father, but in my heart he is. Xingyi raised his head and looked at Lin Ling solemnly as he spoke. It's Lord Lei Gong's fortune to have a subordinate like you. Seeing Xingyi's sincerity, Lin Ling nodded heavily. At this moment his relationship with Xingyi had become closer. The reason was because of Lei Gong. When Lin Ling first came to the final world, if it wasn't for Lei Gong's secret protection, Lin Ling wouldn't have been able to survive until today. He would have been killed by martial god Wen Tian and the Duan clan. Therefore, to Lin Ling, Lord Lei Gong was also his benefactor. Lin Ling had been practicing martial arts all his life. In fact, he had met many noble people, but there was no doubt that Lei Gong was also one of the people who took care of Lin Ling. At this moment, light shone in front of them. They had finally reached the end of the corridor. Lin Ling and Xingyi smiled and quickened their pace. However, when they walked out of the corridor, they were shocked by the demonic sound outside. This was because the outside of Lei Gong's main hall was already packed with people. Among the 4 great gods, there were already many powerhouses gathered here. There were trial takers, divine generals, and divine paladins. Wisps of divine might quietly permeated the air, representing the strongest pyramid in the void of the 9 continents. This place could be said to be the world of gods. Everyone who appeared at the scene was in high spirits. They felt as if they were gods. They were proud. This was because all of them had experienced hardships to reach this point. Only they knew about it. As for the purpose of today's trip, they naturally knew that it was for the 8 gods' heavenly palace. The 8 gods' heavenly palace had countless treasures. Moreover, compared to the vast and boundless divine world, it was relatively safer. Therefore, they were very jealous of this trip. Of course, they also knew that the quota was limited. Even if they couldn't go, they still wanted to display themselves on the stage of the 4 great gods so that the gods behind them would pay more attention to them. Look! At this time, someone exclaimed. In the distance, a huge black lotus was approaching with 2 women standing on top. One of them wore a black dress. She was cold and expressionless. Naturally, she was one of the 4 great gods, Eugene. To be honest, Eugene was also very beautiful. She had the temperament of an empress, but she was too cold and emotionless. She was like a darkness that wanted to devour everything. Therefore, people only dared to look at her from afar and didn't dare to profane her. That's Eugene. Lin Ling stood beside Lei Gong and stared indifferently at Eugene. However, compared to the reverence of the people, his reaction was calm. In his eyes, the so-called Eugene was just a stronger cultivator. She wasn't qualified to be called a god. Of course, apart from her strength, she was also extremely beautiful. Her temperament was similar to an Yuer's. On the contrary, Lin Ling's gaze fell on a peerless beauty standing beside Eugene. She was naturally Luli Empress. The current Luli Empress was clearly different from before. She was more domineering, and her every move had a touch of Eugene's flavor. They stood side by side on the black lotus, as if they were a pair of beautiful sisters. Tian Lioli's strength has increased. Lin Ling's intuition was born with just one look. Tian Lioli's 6 major dantians should have obtained the divine fetus. He just didn't know if she was a god in her previous life. Wow, what a beautiful pair of sisters. At this moment, many people saw Luli Empress and exclaimed in surprise. However, when Yoshin's cold gaze landed on them, they were so frightened that they shut their mouths. On the black lotus, Luli Empress's eyes were still cold. She glanced at a large number of people and suddenly stopped on a man in a blue robe. Then, the corners of her mouth curled up slightly, revealing a beautiful smile. Luli Empress is staring at Lin Ling. Everyone followed Luli Empress's gaze and immediately knew who she was looking at. Lin Ling, that guy really came back? He probably came back to be a bystander. With his current strength, what right does he have to compete with Luli Empress? Lin Ling back then was no match for Luli Empress, let alone now. Many people quietly looked at Lin Ling with strange smiles on their faces. Back then, Lin Ling wasn't considered very powerful among the 4 great gods. After his failure to become a god in the 9 states, naturally, many people looked down on him. However, Lin Ling didn't care about the gazes of those ants. He calmly stared at Luli Empress and the corners of his mouth curled up into a smile. He didn't know why, but he had a feeling that Luli Empress would be no match for him if he used his full strength. However, Lin Ling admitted that he was still no match for Eugene. Therefore, he didn't act blindly without thinking. This was because he knew that as long as Eugene didn't say anything, he, Lin Ling, would never be able to kill Luli Empress. Just like Lin Ling back then, if Lei Gong didn't say anything, Luli Empress wouldn't have dared to touch Lin Ling even if she was more powerful than Lin Ling. Now, the tables have turned and Lin Ling has gained the upper hand. Of course, Luli Empress didn't know this. Even though she sensed that Lin Ling seemed to have improved, she still thought that Lin Ling was only SSO. The two of them clearly knew that this wasn't the time to settle their old grudges, so they quickly withdrew their gazes. After Lin Ling withdrew his gaze, he glanced at the challengers on Luli Empress's side and secretly shook his head. Apart from Long Yang and a mysterious man who was slightly more powerful, the others were only SO. Chapter 42-45. Long Yang, on the other hand, was also confident in herself. However, she was too familiar with Lin Ling. Hence, when she saw Lin Ling's calm gaze, her heart immediately thundered. Could it be that Lin Ling, who had missed 100 years, had surpassed her? She couldn't help but recall the past in the divine world. At that time, she had seen Lin Ling disappear with her own eyes. Her heart was filled with mixed feelings, and she was unwilling to accept it. However, 50 years ago, Lin Ling had left behind a letter. This also made her know that Lin Ling would definitely return. Hence, she wasn't too surprised to see Lin Ling again. While the two sides were staring at each other, suddenly, a low and deep cry of a bull could be heard. Soon after, a large number of people could be seen approaching from afar. They were following behind a huge green bull and were moving forward slowly. Judging from the clothes of these people, it was obvious that they were all wearing ordinary clothes. On top of the large green bull, an old man sat cross-legged, smoking a pipe. His eyes were slightly closed, and he had an unperturbed look on his face. Of course, he was the Curishan. This old man. Seeing the Curishan's appearance, Lei Gong couldn't help but laugh as he scolded him. Lin Ling, on the other hand, had a strange smile on his face. It had been many years since he first met the Curishan at the Kaiyuan River. After that, Lin Ling's gaze kept searching for the Curishan. Finally, he saw a figure that he hadn't seen for many years. She was Xiaolun. At that moment, Xiaolun was clearly no longer the dirty girl she was back then. She was dressed beautifully, and her temperament was very otherworldly. She was like a pure lotus that had emerged from the mud without being stained. She looked around, and when she saw Lin Ling, she could not help but wave at him excitedly. If it were not for the fact that he was an important person here, if there were too many people here, she would have shouted out loud. Seeing this, Lin Ling also waved at Xiaolun. Lin Ling, look, Lin Ling is back. Besides Xiaolun were Cuihua and the others. When they saw Lin Ling, they all greeted him. Obviously, they already knew about the news of Lin Ling's return, so they were happy and not very surprised. However, when the Curishan knocked on his pipe, this enthusiastic greeting immediately stopped. After the investiture of the gods in the 9 prefectures, this is the second time the experts of the 4 great gods have gathered together. At this moment, a hearty laugh resounded. Then, the sky parted, and a large group of experts in heavy black armor strode over. The leader of the group was a man who was 5 meters tall. He held a godly blade in his hand and wore a cape. He walked majestically towards the main hall. His pace was not fast, but it carried a ferocious, domineering aura. Every step he took caused the sky to tremble slightly. That's the Titanic Crescent God. As they stared at the deity holding the broadsword, everyone's hearts pounded wildly, and they quietly took a step back. For some reason, every step the Titanic Crescent God took was like a stomp on their hearts. On the Curishan's side, the weakest divine paladin could not withstand the pressure and spat out a mouthful of blood. Old Crescent God, what is the meaning of this? Seeing this, the black deity also looked at the sky with an unhappy expression on his face. The 4 great gods have not gathered for a long time, so we are a little excited. Sorry. The tall and sturdy man laughed heartily, restraining his terrifying divine majesty. Even so, everyone still looked at him with reverence because Titanic Crescent God was like a god. What a powerful strength! This was also the first time Lin Ling had seen Titanic Crescent God. He immediately sensed his unfathomable strength. That broadsword of his could probably cut the 9 prefectures in half. That guy's temperament is like that. Every time we meet, he's always like this. At this time, Lei Gong's voice quietly came and Lin Ling nodded. However, his expression was still calm, and there was no trace of fear. Lei Gong saw this and secretly nodded his head in satisfaction. After all, this was the first time he had seen the other gods together, especially the majestic Titanic Crescent God. For Lin Ling to be so calm was already very good. After all, he also saw that the other challengers, such as Zhong Shan, were so scared that their lips turned white. One must know that this was the second time Zhong Shan and the others had seen the Titanic Crescent God. Lei Gong did not know that in Lin Ling's eyes, these people were not gods. Only pure Yang Zhenren, whom he met in the Kingdom of Eternity, had the qualifications to be called a god. Therefore, Lin Ling had nothing to fear. Moreover, although the Titanic Crescent God was strong, Lin Ling was confident that if he went all out, even if he could not defeat him, he would not have an easy time. Since everyone is here, let's choose a place and prepare to fight for the 10 spots to the 8 gods' celestial palace. At this time, as the host, Lei Gong spoke calmly. Old brother Lei Gong, you have the final say. Hearing this, the Titanic Crescent God smiled and nodded. He seemed to be domineering towards others, but towards Lei Gong, he was much more amiable. This was because he knew that when the old man was angry, he was as fierce as a thunderbolt. The other gods also had no objections to Lei Gong's words and nodded their heads. Lei Gong pondered for a moment, then smiled and said, "Then let's go to my palace." With that, he led the way into the palace, and the others followed one after another, inexplicably looking forward to it. After the 4 gods took the lead, Lin Ling and Xingyi also entered the palace, chatting as they walked. However, not long after they entered the corridor, a faint laugh came from behind them. "Xingyi, don't tell me you're participating this time? I remember how badly you were beaten up last time." Looking back, he saw a few Eugene trial takers following behind him, their smiles full of mockery. Hearing this, Xingyi frowned, but did not say anything and continued walking forward. The corridor was not big, and the trial takers' voices were not soft, so there was a burst of mockery. After all, Xingyi was extremely famous in the past and had defeated many experts. However, now that he had fallen to such a state, people could not help but want to laugh at him. After all, Xingyi only had a 2nd-grade divine embryo, and among the trial takers, the weakest one had a 3rd-grade divine embryo. Some of the stronger ones even had divine light, and their divine embryos had long surpassed the 3rd grade. Lin Ling also turned around to take a look at the source of the voice. "Wasn't that Wangu Yanhui?" "Hee, Wangu Yanhui, you lost your teeth last time, but I didn't expect you to speak so quickly. Where did you get your teeth fixed? They look pretty good, but I'll give you a suggestion. You'll look better with a golden tooth." After saying this, Lin Ling and Xingyi took large strides forward again. Xingyi laughed inwardly, and the gloominess from before had lessened by a lot. On the other hand, Wangu Yanhui was staring at Lin Ling in shock. His face was red from anger, and he couldn't utter a single word. Chapter 42-46. Of course, I heard that before the 9 prefectures' Ascension God ceremony, Lin Ling had indeed smashed Wangu Yanhui's head in the devil forest of the Kaiyuan River. Not only were his teeth broken, but his nose was also broken. Later on, it was Big Brother Heike who personally carried him back. Really? Lin Ling is so powerful? It was in the past. The current Wangu Yanhui is naturally more powerful than before, but if Lin Ling hadn't mentioned it, I would have forgotten about it. After all, Big Brother Wangu Yanhui's teeth have been mended very well. It doesn't look like they were knocked out before. Murmurs of discussion came from the corridor. Even Wangu Yanhui stopped in his tracks. His body trembled with anger as he growled, "Lin Ling, I'm going to kill you." Of course, that was what Wangu Yanhui said. However, when Lin Ling was glaring at him earlier, he did not dare to utter a word. It was clear that the brutal beating in the Devil Forest had left a deep shadow in his heart. Wang Yanhui, if there's a chance, I'll teach Lin Ling a lesson with you. While the crowd walked past Wang Yanhui with mocking laughter, a figure arrived beside Wang Yanhui and spoke in a cold voice. This person was none other than the seventh prince. Good. Wang Yanhui nodded his head, looking high-spirited, but his heart was beating like a drum. 100 years ago, he had gone to Snow Wind City to act arrogantly, but Lin Ling had left him a letter that scared him so much that he pissed his pants and ran away. Now that he had to fight Lin Ling, the shadow in his heart had not been removed. Of course, it was not only him. In fact, the seventh prince beside him was even more traumatized by Lin Ling. Not long ago, Lin Ling had walked over him in the Heaven Pass City, leaving him with endless humiliation. Adding the humiliation of crippling his dragon root, he did not have the guts to teach Lin Ling a lesson unless he reached the God realm. Senior sister, this Lin Ling is still as arrogant as before. At the end of the corridor, someone looked at a female empress and commented. She was Luli Empress. Compared to the crowd in front, Luli Empress walked past empty places. Clearly, everyone was in awe of her. When there's a chance, you go teach him a lesson, Luli Empress said indifferently. Although her words sounded calm, there was a hint of coldness. Although Lin Ling didn't seem to be very strong, she knew how terrifying Lin Ling was. Thus, she wanted to test Lin Ling's strength through this battle for the Heavenly Palace's quota battle. She would be able to Lin course, she would be able to Lin disciples. Lin course when Lin Huang Palace disciple. Hearing this, a man behind her laughed sinisterly. Behind them were the people from Titanic Crescent God. They didn't pay much attention to Lin Ling because Lin Ling wasn't worthy of their attention at the moment. It's quite boring. Young Lin and Luli Empress aren't participating in this battle for the quota. They're all juniors. I don't think there will be any intense battles. A tall and sturdy man said, Senior brother, that might not be the case. That guy called Lin Ling is actually quite interesting. Someone beside him laughed. If Lin Ling was here, he would definitely recognize him. He was Di, whom he had met in the realm of the gods. Di Yi's divine fetus had only increased by 1 grade in the divine circle. However, he managed to find some indigo spiritual flowers from somewhere and forcefully increased his talent. He even told the outside world that it was caused by the investiture of the gods in the 9 continents. Thus, he didn't end up as miserable as Xingyi. Although some people knew that he had secretly cheated in order not to embarrass himself, they didn't expose him in the end for the sake of his reputation. Lin Ling, he's even worse than me. Di Yi's cold eyes looked at the corridor in front of him. Before the divine circle, Lin Ling had fought to a draw with him. Now, it was time for him to collect some interest. After all, he knew that Lin Ling was even worse than him. He wasn't recognized by the divine circle and didn't even have a single increase in his divine fetus. If he didn't humiliate such an opponent when he met Di, it would be a waste of the Titanic Crescent God's reputation. After a while, an ancient stone door appeared in front of them. The people didn't stop and disappeared into it. When they reappeared, they were in a void. Formless void. Looking at the void, the black deity, who was the first to arrive, couldn't help but laugh. He knew that this was a void that the thunder god had found by himself. The area of this place was incomparably large, and there were many realms. However, this void wasn't stable and there were no living creatures or spiritual energy. It was like an empty shell. After all, this place was only suitable for mortals to live in. Warriors didn't like to come to a world without spiritual qi. Everyone, let's compete here. Lei Gong stopped and looked at the crowd indifferently. The gods nodded and waved their right hands. A crystal jade tablet appeared in the hands of the people who were about to fight. Upon closer inspection, there were about 50 people who were going to fight. Among them were trial takers, divine generals, divine paladins, and other experts. Lin Ling's hand flashed and the crystal jade tablet that Lei Gong had thrown to him appeared. Upon closer inspection, The crystal jade tablet had a black 9 character on it. This caused Lin Ling to sweep his gaze around. He immediately discovered that the vast and boundless void had quietly separated into 5 regions. This also meant that there would be 10 people in each region. If one could become the first or second strongest person in that region, then they would also be able to obtain a quota. Moreover, when Lin Ling infused his boundary essence into the crystal jade tablet, he immediately knew the rules. When the 10 spots appeared, they could also challenge each other. Moreover, others could also challenge them. If they still won, then the spot would be secured. Lin Ling nodded and put away the crystal jade tablet. However, just as he put it away, the name 9 sounded in the northern region. This meant that Lin Ling was about to start his first battle. Immediately, Lin Ling flew towards the northern region. Look, the first battle in the northern region is actually Lin Ling. That guy's luck is really bad. He missed the apotheosized divine seal and disappeared for 150 years. How can he be a match for others now? I think the battle will end in less than 30 minutes. Ha, you think too highly of Lin Ling. Even if this Lin Ling was placed 150 years ago, in reality, he was only SOSO. Everyone stared at the northern region and discussed animatedly. Among the 4 gods, other than Titanic Crescent God, Lei Gong, Eugene, and Kurishin also looked towards the northern region. Obviously, they all knew of Lin Ling. Chapter 42-47. Everyone was looking around to see who Lin Ling's first opponent was. Number 32? Why does it sound so familiar? Wait, it can't be me, right? In the crowd, the 7th prince frowned. He suddenly picked up the crystal jade token in his hand and looked at it. His eyes twitched. Because he was Lin Ling's first opponent. This undoubtedly made him curse his bad luck. After all, he also knew that he was no match for Lin Ling. Not long ago, he had crawled through Lin Ling's crotch. He braced himself and flew toward the northern area. The 7th prince's face became gloomier. However, the crowd didn't know that he had fought with Lin Ling. Instead, they were chatting with great interest. The 7th prince, Back then, during the investiture of the gods, he gave birth to divine light and returned to his divine position. That Lin Ling is in for a hard time. Many people laughed and said, looking forward to Lin Ling's first battle after he was eliminated. The 7th prince's divine fetus is not weak. In his previous life, he was the emperor of Mountain West Sea. Although he was a lesser god, the 7th prince now has a 3rd-grade divine fetus. Those who knew Lin Ling were mumbling at this moment. They also wanted to see Lin Ling's strength through this battle. I admit defeat. However, just as everyone was thinking, a gloomy voice suddenly floated out. The 7th prince raised his hand and said helplessly. The entire void was silent. 7th prince, what the fuck are you doing? A powerful trial taker roared. They had wanted to see a fierce battle, but they had already taken off their pants, and this was what the 7th prince was going to show them? The 7th prince stood not far away from Lin Ling and stared at Lin Ling. Seeing Lin Ling's relaxed expression, he gritted his teeth and left with a dark face, ignoring the crowd's mockery. Although losing without a battle would make people laugh at him, he knew that if he was defeated by Lin Ling, there would be even more mockery. How could this be? Seeing the 7th prince leave without looking back, the crowd became even more suspicious. Could it be that the 7th prince was deliberately going easy on him? No one could understand. Although the 7th prince wasn't the strongest participant, he was still stronger than Lin Ling. After all, he had cultivated for 100 years more than Lin Ling, so it was impossible for him to be afraid of Lin Ling. Just like that, Lin Ling slowly left the northern region under everyone's gloomy gazes. As soon as he left, fierce battles broke out in other areas. However, such battles had already been held during the last trip to the 8 gods' heavenly palace. Moreover, there were no top challengers participating this time, so the spectators weren't very interested in the battles. Number 9. At this moment, the voice drifted out again. At this moment, many people's eyes were burning. Number 9, isn't that Lin Ling from before? In an instant, everyone's gaze turned towards the northern region. Compared to the other battles, they were more looking forward to Lin Ling's second battle. It seems like Lin Ling's battle is very interesting. Lei Gong's gaze swept over the crowd, and he smiled faintly. There was a hint of mockery in his smile because only he knew how strong Lin Ling was. With the fourth layer Lightning Pawn true body, it wouldn't be difficult for him to obtain a spot. Therefore, he also hoped that Lin Ling would meet a strong opponent to prove himself. Number 28. Soon, Lin Ling's opponent appeared. Everyone's gaze swept over the crowd again. This guy called number 28 shouldn't disappoint them, right? Even Lin Ling was extremely curious as he waited for number 28. However, a figure walked out from the crowd. Not only was he not in high spirits, but he had an ugly expression on his face. Staring at that person, Lin Ling was stunned once again. That person was Wangu Yanhui, who he had beaten up in the Devil Forest. At this moment, Wangu Yanhui was in a bad mood. Why was he called out? This was on purpose, right? He had come to the northern region in anger, and then glared at Lin Ling. At the same time, Lin Ling was also staring at Wangu Yanhui's teeth, as if he was itching to make a move. Wangu Yanhui subconsciously pursed his lips. Last time in the Devil Forest, Lin Ling had beaten him up and broke his teeth. It took him a lot of effort to patch them up, and they were perfect. Now, Lin Ling wanted to destroy his teeth again? With this thought in mind, Wangu Yanhui, under everyone's watchful eyes, made a move that left everyone dumbfounded. He raised his hand and angrily shouted, "I admit defeat." The moment his voice fell, the entire void space was dumbfounded. Even Titanic Crescent God looked at Lin Ling for the first time. It was not easy to make two opponents admit defeat in a row. Where did this Lin Ling guy come from? It was obvious that among the four gods, the Titanic Crescent God was the only one who was unfamiliar with Lin Ling. Therefore, they were all at a loss. What's going on? Admitting defeat in a row, could it be that this Lin Ling is a very powerful expert? Someone from the Titanic Crescent God's side asked in confusion. Powerful my ass. Big brother, you don't know. This Lin Ling was the fastest growing participant under Lei Gong, but that's all. During the investiture of the gods in the 9 prefectures, he was rejected by the God Circle. After that, he hid for 150 years, and only now did he come out. Bullshit. If he was rejected by the God Circle, why did 2 other participants admit defeat? That is a trial taker, not a holy knight of God. Sai, you don't believe my words. You can go ask Lord Eugene and Lord Kurishin. They all know about this. If that's the case, I'll make a bet with you. Do you dare? I think this Lin Ling will definitely win. I'll bet a holy spring. Wow, big brother, you're betting so much? However, I don't have a holy spring, but I do have 3 sapphire spiritual flowers. I'll bet with you. The people from the Titanic Crescent God's side and the people from Eugene's side began to make bets. Seeing this, many people became interested. After all, in their opinion, Lin Ling's 2 victories were due to luck. Perhaps he had bribed someone, but such a bribe would not last until the end. With this thought in mind, many people also touched their pockets, wanting to see if there were any valuable treasures to take out for a bet. After all, after Lin Ling's 2 defeats, there weren't many opponents left in the northern region. It would be too late if they didn't bet now. However, just as they were about to join in, another voice came from the northern region. It was Lin Ling's new opponent. I admit defeat. I admit defeat. This time, it was Jin Xuanzi from Lei Gong's hall who admitted defeat. Although Lei Gong recommended Lin Ling and Xing Yi, others could still compete for the spots. This time, Lin Ling easily won 3 matches in a row. He admitted defeat again? That's the 3rd one. Third. Chapter 42-48. Because up until now, those who had challenged Lin Ling included the trial takers of the 3 great gods, yet all of them had admitted defeat. Lin Ling's methods of bribery were really too terrifying. He didn't know that Jin Xuanzi had fought Lin Ling before, so he knew that he was no match for Lin Ling. Therefore, in order to avoid damaging their friendship, he decided to admit defeat. Let's bet again. I don't believe in heresy. 5 sapphire spirit flowers and all your previous bets. Do you dare? Roar. That person roared angrily again and glanced at Heichi. After seeing He Qi nod his head, he became even more confident. This was because the black flag from before had also told him that Lin Ling's previous victories were all due to luck. All right, I'm not afraid of you. The expert from the Titanic Crescent God Shrine had already tasted the sweetness of victory, so he naturally agreed. Lord Di Luo, I'll also bet, can I? Roar! Obviously, the others were familiar with Lin Ling, so they also placed their bets. They didn't believe that Lin Ling could keep winning. Yes, the more the better. Roar! The expert from the Titanic Crescent God Shrine nodded generously. Obviously, he wasn't familiar with Lin Ling, otherwise, he wouldn't have dared to be so confident. However, after seeing Lin Ling's consecutive victories, he really believed that Lin Ling was an expert. This time, I'm going to win back my capital and interest. Roar! The person who placed his bet touched his nose, looking forward to the next round. The spectators didn't pay attention to the battles in the other regions. They were all staring at the northern region, waiting for Lin Ling's battle. Lin Ling had already won 3 battles in a row, which meant that there were only 6 challengers left in the northern region. Therefore, it wouldn't be long before it was his turn again. When Lin Ling heard the number 9, he flew towards the northern region with a gloomy expression. Although his current opponents weren't worthy of his full strength, he didn't want to keep winning without a fight. He wanted to at least defeat 1 or 2 opponents, so that he could report back to Lei Gong. However, he didn't expect that his opponents would all be defeated by him in the past, so he couldn't show his full strength. Number 37. At this time, Lin Ling's opponent also appeared. Then, a phoenix cry resounded and a strange light flashed. A delicate woman appeared in front of Lin Ling. Little South. Lin Ling's eyes lit up. Congratulations to Senior Lin Ling for returning, and congratulations to Senior Lin Ling for winning 4 matches in a row. After Little South appeared, he said to Lin Ling with a smile. Those were all just luck. Hearing this, Lin Ling smiled faintly, then frowned. It seemed that he had only won 3 rounds, but Little South said that he had won 4 rounds in a row. Could it be? I admit defeat. Just as Lin Ling thought of this, Little South raised her hand. This time, the entire void was filled with gasps of astonishment. Even Lei Gong's pupils constricted. Unknowingly, Lin Ling had won 4 rounds and eliminated almost half of the people in the northern region. One person had eliminated half of the participants. It had to be said that this was an achievement to be proud of. However, throughout the entire process, Lin Ling did not break a single sweat. This victory was a little strange. Seeing Lin Ling leave the northern region, the people of the various gods were obviously even more depressed. Why didn't they get such a good opportunity? They would definitely beat Lin Ling into a dog. I won again. Brother, I'm indebted to you for the bet. My sapphire spiritual flower. My holy spring. Those who lost money stared at Lin Ling's departure, dumbfounded. At this moment, they were about to cry because they didn't understand how they lost. Could it be that Lin Ling had disappeared for 100 years to curry favor with others, so those who participated in the battle gave him enough face? However, how did Lin Ling curry favor with them? To be able to make those people give up their spots in the 8 gods' heavenly palace and directly admit defeat in shame, the price of this curry favor must not be small. Although many people couldn't figure it out even if they racked their brains, it was undeniable that Lin Ling had indeed won. What a lucky guy! Sigh. Even Lei Gong sighed helplessly because he didn't want Lin Ling to keep meeting opponents who admitted defeat. Rumble. At this moment, in the eastern region, the battle was incomparably fierce. Waves of light shot out in all directions and landed on the distant realms, directly destroying them. This was also the reason why they chose to fight here. If it was in the void of the 9 continents, with the help of these godlike experts, the 9 continents would have been destroyed. How shocking! The people also watched the battle that seemed to be breaking through the void and licked their lips. I admit defeat. Finally, an old man's helpless voice rang out. This old man was a genuine divine general with great strength, but in the end he still couldn't resist his opponent's attack. And his opponent was Di. The people also stared at Di, who was flying back, and their eyes continued to flicker. Through the previous battle, they saw that De had a third-grade divine fetus, and his divine power was incomparably fierce, already reaching 400 strands. 400 strands of divine power. Back then, when he had 100 strands of divine power, he was already comparable to the leader of the 9 continents' 10 evils. With 400 strands of divine power, he could definitely enter the ranks of the 9 continents' 10 martial gods. Of course, that was back then. Now, the 9 continents' investiture of the gods was different from the past. It seems that in the eastern region, De will get a spot. Someone sighed and said, De, like Lin Ling, had won several battles in a row. However, De relied on his real strength, while Lin Ling relied on luck. Thinking of this, they also subconsciously looked at the northern region. However, at this time, Lin Ling also entered the arena again. After all, there weren't many opponents left for him. And this time, who would it be? For a moment, the people were also looking forward to it. Number 8. At this time, the voice finally rang out. Lin Ling, you're really unlucky. This time, I don't know if I'll go easy on you. At the same time, under Lei Gong's screen, a man suddenly laughed and was actually a little excited. Beside him, Sister Jin, young Lin, and the others all looked at this man and were shocked. Could this number 8 be Zhongshan? If people who were familiar with Lin Ling were here, they would definitely be shocked because so far, Lin Ling's opponents were all related to Lin Ling. It was unknown if someone did it on purpose or if it was the will of the heavens. Zhongshan awakened a third-grade divine fetus during the investiture of the gods last time, and he even has the divine light. In his previous life, he was a lower god. I heard that in these years, he has improved his divine fetus to the 4th grade. As for Lin Ling, I'm afraid it will be difficult for him to defeat his opponent. After returning from the arena, Saint Gurren frowned and looked worried. This was because he knew very well that Zhongshan was now stronger than him. He was already ranked in the top 5 among the 10 trial testers under Lei Gong's screen. Chapter 42-49. Brother Xingyi, what are you doing? At this time, a cold voice came from the side. It was Sister Jin. She was playing with her fingernails and said indifferently, in the past, Xingyi was the 2nd place of the trial takers, and Sister Jin had always been respectful to him. However, after 100 years, her attitude towards Xingyi had obviously changed. It's not up to you to tell me what to do. Xingyi was angry. He was a good friend, so he ignored Sister Zhen and looked at Lin Ling in the distance and transmitted his voice. Lin Ling, be careful. Zhongshan is going to teach you a lesson. If you think you can't win, you might as well admit defeat. In the northern region, Lin Ling was floating there. After hearing Xingyi's words, he felt warmth in his heart. However, he shook his head and transmitted his voice. Don't worry, I will break his teeth. Xingyi's pupils shrank. Could it be that Lin Ling's strength wasn't as simple as it seemed? Because most of Lin Ling's opponents had admitted defeat, Xingyi didn't know how strong Lin Ling was. However, now that Lin Ling had said so, it meant that Lin Ling was stronger than Zhongshan. Among the 10 trial takers under Lei Gong, Lin Ling could be ranked in the top 5. Thinking of this, Xingyi couldn't believe it. Lin Ling, I'm coming to challenge you. At this moment, Zhongshan took a step forward, leaving behind countless afterimages as he floated towards the northern region. His voice was like thunder. Obviously, he did it on purpose to attract everyone's attention. Of course, the effect was very good. Everyone looked towards the northern region and revealed a playful smile. They had a feeling that Zhongshan wouldn't go easy on them this time. Master Di Luo, do you still dare to bet with me? I will bet with all my savings. Do you dare? At this time, the martial artist who had lost everything shouted. After he finished speaking, he began to borrow treasures everywhere. This was because he had already lost everything he had, and now he wanted to win it all back. The other people also cast their eyes over as if they wanted to join the bet as well. But of course, they didn't think it was possible. After all, they could tell that Zhongshan wouldn't let Lin Ling win, so Di Luo probably wouldn't dare to bet again. Sure. However, Lord Di Luo agreed without hesitation, as if he still didn't know that Lin Ling had wasted the past 100 years. Lord Di Luo is indeed straightforward. Hearing this, the expert who had previously lost all his fortune was naturally extremely excited. Rumble. At the same time, a fierce battle had already begun in the northern region. After Zhongshan arrived at the northern region, he immediately released all of his world essence and released his divine embryo. This divine embryo was not a third-grade divine embryo but a fourth-grade one. A huge, colorful rooster appeared. It spread its wings and soared into the sky. Its claws were thick and big, and its eyes shone with a sharp light. Rings of divine light were constantly being emitted from its body. This was the divine embryo of the Pleiades star official, one of the 28 constellations in the Age of Gods. In those days, this Pleiades star official was a genuine mid-god. Wow! Sensing that terrifying divine embryo, many people were also in an uproar. Because they had only heard of Zhongshan's strength, and this was the first time they had seen it. But they didn't expect Zhongshan to be so powerful. That year, we parted ways in the demonic forest. Now, it's time for Zhongshan to regain his face. Over at Yojin's side, Heiqi said with a faint smile. That year in the demonic forest, Lin Ling didn't give Zhongshan any face at all, which made Zhongshan want to kill Lin Ling. Now, after 100 years, the grudge between the two of them was finally coming to an end. Not far away from Heiqi, Luli Empress's face was calm as she looked ahead. She knew that Zhongshan wouldn't let Lin Ling win, so she wanted to see Lin Ling's strength through Zhongshan. Would Lin Ling win or lose? Defeat him, break his teeth? Wangu Yanhui waved his fists. He was even more excited than if he was going to fight. After all, he knew that he might not be able to defeat Lin Ling, but his big brother Zhongshan definitely could. Caw-caw-caw. All of a sudden, the mountain-like rooster let out a deafening cry. The rooster's cry turned the world white. Endless rays of light shot out, and the pitch-black void started to brighten. The rooster's cry was like a call to the blazing sun. These rays were incomparably sharp, piercing through the void and landing on the distant world surface. Poochie 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 sounds could be heard as the ancient continents were pierced through by the rays of light. Following that, the continents shattered into pieces. Moreover, it wasn't just one continent that was shattered, but tens of thousands of continents. This was also the meaning of the rooster's cry destroying the world. Lin Ling narrowed his eyes as he stood in the middle of the terrifying light storm. Zhongshan's divine embryo was strong, there were no weak points. Moreover, his godly force was also very strong, reaching the level of 300 rays. If Lin Ling didn't use anything, he could only fight Zhongshan to a draw with just his Dantian and realm essence. But it was a pity that Lin Ling had 7 great Dantians. In addition to his terrifying physical strength, he didn't even need to use any skills. He could crush Zhongshan with just his physical strength. Xiu xiu xiu. Lin Ling's body was like a willow catkin, leaving behind afterimages as he easily dodged the thousands of rays of light. Everyone thought that Lin Ling would be defeated, but the scene in front of them caused their eyes to narrow. They saw that Lin Ling was actually unharmed, and the densely packed rays of light were all dodged by Lin Ling. It's time to end this. At this moment, Lin Ling also muttered to himself. His body rushed towards the rays of light, dodging left and right, and at the same time, his right hand suddenly clenched into a fist. When he clenched his fist, an unstoppable force was also brewing. It was mixed with the realm essence of the 7 great Dantians, the physical strength of 300,000 worlds, and the power of 300 rays of godly force. In Lin Ling's opinion, Zhongshan could only force him to use this much strength. Zhongshan was not qualified to use more than that. You're courting death. Seeing Lin Ling rushing over, Zhongshan also sneered in disdain. He stretched out 2 fingers and attacked Lin Ling. At this moment, the surrounding rays of light receded like the tide and gathered in his 2 fingers, causing his fingertips to be extremely dazzling. If one took a closer look, a huge rooster appeared behind him, making his finger look like the rooster's beak. Pai Pala. And when he shot towards Lin Ling, the surrounding void cracked open, as if it was rubbing against everything in its path. In Zhongshan's eyes, Lin Ling was courting death. After all, Lin Ling was trying to fight him head-on. Whether it was cultivation, divine embryo, or even divinity, Zhongshan was superior to Lin Ling. However, despite his good intentions, he was about to be disappointed in the end. Boom! The fist and finger collided, and a terrifying storm erupted, landing in the distant world and destroying everything. And in the storm, the crisp sound of bones breaking could be heard. Zhongshan's entire arm was broken, and Lin Ling's fist did not stop, ruthlessly smashing into Zhongshan's face. Xiu xiu xiu. More than a dozen teeth mixed with blood were spat out. Zhongshan flew backwards, and his heart was pounding, as if he could not believe it. Chapter 4250. Boom. Zhongshan's chest was hit by the punch. He bent over like a prawn and fell straight down. However, Lin Ling moved and appeared below Zhongshan again. He kicked at the sky, and this time, his foot landed on Zhongshan's and sent Zhongshan flying into the sky again. Then, there was a series of explosions. The sound of a violent battle echoed out, causing the void to fall silent. All four battlefields were now looking at the northern region. That was because it was a one-sided beating. Zhongshan is a 4th-grade divine fetus and has divine light. How could he be beaten like a dog by Lin Ling? This is too unreal. Zhongshan's teeth were knocked out. Could it be that Lin Ling is also a 4th-grade divine fetus? I don't think he is a 4th-grade divine fetus, but he is at least a 3rd-grade one. Most importantly, Lin Ling's boundary essence is very fierce. It is several times stronger than Zhongshan's. Everyone's face was solemn and shocked. They ignored Zhongshan and stared at the blue-robed youth who was constantly attacking. That youth had disappeared for 150 years. Everyone thought that he had missed the time to cultivate and the investiture of the gods. However, Lin Ling was telling them that even if he had missed everything, he could still suppress everyone. Moreover, he was even stronger than before. At least, Lin Ling might not have been able to defeat Zhongshan. This guy. Heike clenched his teeth in disbelief. Lin Ling had not been with the four gods for 100 years. Without the four gods' training, Lin Ling should not be so strong. Interesting. He is still very strong. The glazed female empress narrowed her eyes. She was both surprised and felt that it was normal. She was surprised that Lin Ling, who had disappeared for 100 years, was still so strong. She felt that it was normal that Lin Ling, who was the reincarnation of Li Xiaoyao, should be so strong. Without a doubt, Lin Ling's first battle shocked the void. The four gods seemed to have exploded. Those who had underestimated Lin Ling now knew that Lin Ling was not much weaker than them. Lin Ling is so strong. On Lei Gong's side, Xingyi, Sister Zhen, and the others frowned. Especially Sister Zhen, her expression was ugly. She was looking forward to seeing Lin Ling being beaten up miserably, causing Lei Gong to lose face. Then, Lei Gong would chase Lin Ling away in a fit of rage. But now, the one being beaten up was Zhongshan. His nose was broken and his teeth were shattered. It was a miserable sight. Could it be that Lin Ling didn't bribe those people to admit defeat, but rather because they knew of Lin Ling's strength? As for Xingyi, he suddenly had a thought. At this moment, this thought spread like the tide among the crowd. Many people subconsciously looked at Wangu Yanhui and understood his painstaking efforts. As for Wangu Yanhui, he didn't pay any attention to the crowd's gazes. Instead, he stared at Zhongshan, who was being brutally beaten up, and his body shuddered. He could see that Zhongshan's teeth were all broken, and he subconsciously licked his teeth. Fortunately, he had admitted defeat, otherwise, he would have lost just now. The teeth that had been mended were probably going to be broken again. Admit defeat. Zhongshan, who was continuously beaten up, finally spoke with difficulty. In fact, Lin Ling's methods were like a storm, and he didn't even have time to speak. As soon as the word admit defeat came out, Lin Ling looked at Zhongshan with a mocking smile and left in large strides. I lost again. Looking at Lin Ling, who was flying back, the man who had placed a bet before sat down powerlessly in the void. His eyes were blank. In order to win back his capital and interest, he had borrowed a large amount of treasures and paid interest. Now he had lost again. So, unless he used his life to pay it back, how could he pay it back? Thank you. Master Di Luo laughed out loud, which made people feel that he was very mysterious, because this man actually knew Lin Ling's strength, which was way too scary. Unfortunately, no one knew that Lord Di Luo was just a blind cat meeting a dead mouse. He thought that Lin Ling would win, so he bet that Lin Ling would win. Fortunately, Lin Ling didn't let him down. It seems like Lin Ling will have no opponents in the northern region. Then, many people frowned and said, the previous battle had shown Lin Ling's strength. Among the 50 people, although Lin Ling wasn't the strongest, he was still one of the top. It wouldn't be difficult for him to get a place. Moreover, Lin Ling had already become the strongest in the northern region. Lin Ling, congratulations. After Lin Ling returned, Xingyi immediately said excitedly. His face was still full of surprise. Lin Ling saw that Xingyi wasn't jealous at all. This made him feel that Xingyi was a friend worth making. He smiled and said, you can do it too. Next, I'll wait for you to go to the 8 gods' heavenly palace together. Okay. Xingyi couldn't help but feel confident. Sister Zhen, young Lin, and the other trial takers were still looking at Lin Ling in surprise. Only Lei Gong was calm, because he knew that Lin Ling hadn't used his trump card yet. Now that the first place in the northern region had been confirmed, those from the Little South finally started to fight for the second place in the northern region. The other regions had more or less confirmed the first place, and many people were fighting for the second place. Number 24. At this moment, a voice came from the eastern region. Next, Xingyi, who was next to Lin Ling, narrowed his eyes because he was number 24. Xingyi, do your best. Lin Ling patted Xingyi's shoulder and cheered him on. Xingyi smiled and didn't say anything. He nodded heavily and flew to the eastern region. Now that the first place in the eastern region had been confirmed, Xingyi wanted to fight for the second place. Number 7. At almost the same time, Xingyi's opponent appeared. Then, a man in heavy armor took heavy steps and flew to the eastern region like a god. It's Emperor 13. Many people exclaimed when they saw that person. This person was the divine general of the Titanic Crescent God. Although he wasn't a trial taker, his strength was stronger than most of the trial takers. Cripple him. Just as Emperor 13 was flying towards the void, a voice rang in his ears. Emperor 13 smiled coldly and nodded his head. The voice belonged to Di. Previously, he saw that Lin Ling and Xingyi seemed to be very close. Moreover, Lin Ling had taught his people a lesson in the divine world. Therefore, he wanted to pay Lin Ling back. Of course, he did not see eye to eye with Xingyi. After all, Xingyi was more powerful than him back then and had once suppressed him. Now, he naturally wanted to properly humiliate this once powerful challenger. Emperor 13. At this moment, Xingyi stared at his opponent in the northern region. He had fought and defeated Emperor 13 before. If he remembered correctly, Emperor 13's divine embryo was very destructive. It had the power of vibration. Unfortunately, Xingyi was so strong that the vibration didn't affect him at all. Bang. Chapter 4251. Saint Yi is still a little weaker. Sigh. Lin Ling stared at the eastern region. He could tell that Saint Yi was in trouble. After all, his divine embryo was still a grade weaker than Saint Yi. Lin Ling couldn't help but look at the thunder god. He found that the old man looked calm, but deep in his eyes, there was a glimmer of worry. That kind of feeling was like a father watching his child go to war and worrying for his child. Saint Yi, you must win. Sigh. This caused Lin Ling to clench his fists. With a difference of one divine embryo, on the surface, it seemed impossible for Saint Returning Unity to win. But in a battle between martial artists, strength was not the most important factor. Instead, skill, mentality, and so on were important. Now, it all depended on whether or not Saint Returning Unity could grasp this opportunity. Bang. However, Lin Ling was about to be disappointed. After another earth-shattering clash, Saint Yi was forced back and spat out a mouthful of blood. Many people could tell that Saint Yi had lost. I'll kill you. Sigh. To everyone's surprise, Saint Yi didn't admit defeat. He activated his Eastern Emperor Tai Yi bloodline and unleashed another powerful attack. Rainbow bridges shot out and countless rainbow bridges appeared in the sky. Then, these rainbow bridges formed a huge rainbow circle and enveloped Emperor 13. This move again. Sigh. Emperor 13 laughed coldly. Cracks appeared around his body and wriggled like worms. Upon closer inspection, one could see that it was the power of vibration. Rumble. The rainbow circle enveloped Emperor 13. However, when it got close to Emperor 13, it was shattered into pieces and fell from the sky. What? Sigh. Saint Guy's eyes narrowed. Previously, Emperor 13 had been defeated by this move. Back then, Emperor 13 had begged for mercy. But now, Emperor 13 had countered it easily. Furthermore, Saint Guy could feel that Emperor 13's power of vibration was like claws and fangs. Saint Guy, you are no longer as strong as you used to be. Sigh. At this moment, Emperor 13 took a step forward and the space in front of him shattered. Using the force of the vibrations, he entered the space and appeared in front of Guy. He slammed his palm forward with ferocious vibrations. For the past 100 years, he had wanted to teach Saint Guy a lesson. However, Saint Guy was Lei Gong's subordinate, so he didn't dare to act rashly. Now that he had the chance to compete for a spot, he naturally wouldn't miss this opportunity. When Saint Guy saw Emperor 13, he exclaimed in his heart, "What speed!" He could naturally sense that Emperor 13 had used the power of the tremors to reach him. Since things had come to this point, he gathered his boundary essence and used it to counter Emperor 13's attack. Boom! A translucent shockwave of dimensional essence was small at first. Then, with the two of them as the center, it rapidly expanded and gradually engulfed everything. The shockwave was circular, and when it expanded, it turned the surrounding rubble into powder. When it passed through the crowd, it immediately blew their long hair, but their eyes were still fixed on the center. When Emperor 13 and Guy's palms collided, cracks appeared around Emperor 13's palms. Then, the space around Emperor 13 started to vibrate like waves. Under the power of the tremors, Guy spat out a mouthful of blood. He also felt the terrifying power of the tremors flowing through his palms and into his entire body. It was as if his entire body had been struck by lightning. His meridians, bones, and organs all shook. Guy, are you still not going to admit defeat? Looking at Emperor 13, who was standing in front of Guy, he sneered maliciously. The power of the tremors in his palms grew stronger, causing Guy to spit out another mouthful of blood. However, just as everyone thought that the battle was over, Guy still refused to admit defeat. His eyes were red, as though he was risking his life. I haven't lost yet. Rumble. As he roared furiously, an all-powerful boundary essence suddenly erupted. The strength of the boundary essence was actually slightly denser than the boundary essence of a peak martial god. Did this guy burn his elixir field? Someone exclaimed. Burning one's boundary essence was a technique that a martial ancestor could use. However, very few people were willing to burn their boundary essence. Firstly, the side effects of burning one's boundary essence were severe. Secondly, burning one's boundary essence required some time. In a battle between experts, that short amount of time was enough to change the outcome of the battle. Although Emperor 13 was strong, he had not defeated Guy in one go. Therefore, Guy had enough time to burn his boundary essence. Of course, Emperor 13 had not expected Guy to be so desperate. This was because he knew that this was a self-destructive technique. If he was not careful, his divine embryo would be destroyed as well. Poor Guy. Burning your boundary essence is the only thing you can do? You are like a stray dog now. Emperor 13 roared as boundary essence surged out of his body. His cultivation had already surpassed the peak martial god realm, and he was half a step into the deity realm. After the boundary essence surged out of his body, a surge of divine energy surged out of his body. It had increased by 100 strands of divine energy. Now, his divine energy had reached 400 strands and he was on the same level as Emperor 13. This was the vibration of the boundary essence. Boom. He was not afraid of Guy burning his boundary essence. He slammed his palm forward and destroyed Guy's boundary essence. His palm landed heavily on Guy's chest. Stray dog, Do you have to force me? Don't blame me if you don't admit defeat. That palm strike shattered Senki's ribcage. His burning realm essence suffered a heavy blow. I have not lost yet. However, Xingyi had to give it his all. He had already let Lord Lei Gong down the last time. This was his chance, but he had met Emperor 13, who was stronger than him. He was going to be eliminated again. He couldn't accept it. He did not want to see Lord Lei Gong's disappointed eyes. Bang! Another palm landed on Xingyi's chest and a terrifying shockwave tore Xingyi's elixir field apart. Wah! Everyone was in an uproar when they saw this. This was the most intense battle so far. Although Lin Ling had beaten up Zhongshan not too long ago, he had only suffered superficial injuries. Now, his elixir field had been damaged. Not admitting defeat? Emperor 13 slammed his palm forward again. He was going crazy. Since Xingyi was so stubborn, he would cripple him. Rumble. Emperor 13 slammed his palm forward 7 times, causing space to shatter. Xingyi was forced to retreat. Xingyi's elixir field had been destroyed and he was now a cripple. Everyone was shocked. However, since the 4 gods did not say anything, no one stopped Emperor 13. The Thunder God's face was calm, as if he hadn't seen this scene. However, his eyes were trembling, and his heart was bleeding. Chapter 42:52. This child. The Thunder God muttered to himself. He thought of the past, of the little beggar he had picked up on the side of the road. Do you want to become stronger? That was what Lei Gong had said to Xingyi. Yes, I don't want to be poor anymore. As long as you can make me stronger, you will be my father. Xingyi looked at Lei Gong stubbornly. Because of that one sentence, Xingyi still saw Lei Gong as his teacher and father. He was the only one who truly wanted to work for Lei Gong. He didn't want to replace Lei Gong. Boom. At this moment, another explosion was heard. Lei Gong's eyes trembled. He finally said, I'll admit defeat for him. Deal. He knew that Xingyi wouldn't admit defeat unless he was dead. He, the Thunder God, could no longer bear to see Xingyi suffer such torment and die before his very eyes. Since Lord Lei Gong has spoken, I will naturally give you face. Emperor 13 grabbed Xingyi's neck and hit him with his other hand. Xingyi spat out a mouthful of blood. Emperor 13 then laughed. Hee, weaklings have no right to speak. He wanted to send Xingyi flying with a slap, but a hand grabbed his arm before he could do so. Emperor 13's face changed. It happened so fast that he hadn't noticed it. He turned around and saw a man standing beside Xingyi. His blue robe was fluttering in the wind and his face was as cold as ice. Although he wasn't familiar with this person, he recognized him. He was Lin Ling, one of Lei Gong's subordinates. If we weren't fighting for a spot, I would have killed you. Lin Ling said with a murderous tone as he grabbed Emperor 13's arm. Lin Ling, don't do anything rash. However, at this time, Lei Gong's voice floated over. Lin Ling suppressed the anger in his heart. He carried Xingyi on his back and flew towards Lei Gong. Seeing this, Di in the distance sneered and said indifferently, Stray dog. As for those who had a grudge against Lin Ling, seeing Lin Ling lose face, they gloated. However, Lin Ling ignored everyone's sneers. He carried Xingyi on his back and asked, Xingyi, are you feeling better? I'm sorry I let you down. Xingyi was extremely weak. After saying those words, he fainted. However, Lin Ling could feel a drop of warm tear flowing down his neck. It was Senki's tear. Xingyi had lost long ago. However, he was unwilling to admit defeat. Hence, he burned his boundary origin to win the battle. In the end, he was crippled by Emperor 13. The chances of recovering from being crippled in the martial god realm were 1 in 10,000. After all, it was extremely difficult to break through the martial god realm. Xingyi knew this himself. However, he was willing to take a gamble. Unfortunately, the outcome had disappointed him. As for Emperor 13, if he was a righteous man, he would definitely know Xingyi's intentions. He could defeat Xingyi, but he would never humiliate or cripple Xingyi. Lord Lei Gong, Xingyi, Lin Ling sighed as he came before Lei Gong. Lei Gong looked deeply at Xingyi on Lin Ling's back. However, his expression did not change. He waved his hand and said, "Take him to heal." "All right." Although his expression did not change, he felt as if his heart was being stabbed by a knife. He wanted to kill Emperor 13. However, Xingyi did not admit defeat. This was something that everyone had witnessed. Hence, even though he hated Xingyi, there was nothing he could do. After Xingyi's defeat, the winners of the eastern region appeared. If it wasn't for Emperor 13, Xingyi would definitely have gotten a slot. Next, the winners of the western region, southern region, and central region appeared. As a result, the truth of the top 10 spots was revealed. There were trial takers as well as divine generals among the top 10. Next, they would have to accept a challenge from the 40 people who had been defeated. If one of them could defeat one of the top 10, the defeated person would be stripped of his qualifications. If the challenger won, he would continue to fight. 2 challengers would be able to get a slot. This was to prevent cheating. For example, if Lin Ling had not defeated Zhongshan, everyone would have thought that he had cheated. The 10 people who will enter the 8 Gods' Heaven Palace, please come out and accept the challenge. Everyone only needs to win 1 battle to get a slot. A voice rang out. A voice rang out. Then, 10 figures flew out from all directions and stood in the middle of the void. Everyone's gazes were also fixed on the 10 people, quietly burning with passion. Among the 10 challengers, there were a few who were not very strong. Among the 50 challengers, they still had a chance to get a slot. "I will challenge you, Mengquan. You were in the western region and your opponents were not strong." At this moment, the first challenger appeared. It was the divine general from Eugene. "Old Meng? It's not that I look down on you, but you are no match for me." The man called Mengquan laughed disdainfully, then walked out. His eyes were filled with an icy light. It was obvious that the 2 of them had always been at odds with each other. Old Meng is an expert from the southern region. It is said that he has cultivated for tens of thousands of years and is about to break through to the martial god realm. Moreover, he has a grade 2 divine fetus and his divine energy is not weak. He is ranked in the top 300. Everyone stared at the high-spirited old Meng. As for Mengquan, he had a grade 3 divine fetus and his divine energy was not weak either. It was just that his cultivation level was slightly lower. While the crowd was discussing, the 2 of them had already started to fight. The battle was extremely intense. After the time it took for 3 incense sticks to burn, Old Meng was defeated and suffered some minor injuries. "Do you think I am still as weak as I was in the past?" Looking at the injured Old Meng, Mengquan smiled excitedly. "Thank you for challenging me. Now I have obtained a slot." The 10 slots could only be challenged once. If one won, he would have a slot. Therefore, Mengquan was naturally happy. Among the remaining challengers, there were a few who were not weak. If they challenged him, he might not be able to win. After the first place was confirmed, there were still 9 challengers left. All the challengers stared at the 9 challengers, trying to find out who was the weakest. I have always thought that the winner of the northern region depended a lot on luck. Therefore, Hisham will challenge you. At this moment, a voice was heard. Then, a man holding a wine pot walked out with a smile. He was tall and wore heavy armor. When he gulped down the wine, he gave people a sense of heroism. Di Shan? Chapter 4253. However, who was he going to challenge? Currently, there were only 2 people in the northern region. One was Lin Ling, and the other was Xiaonan. Both of them were not weak, but in the previous battle, many people still believed that Xiaonan was more powerful. So, was Di Shan going to challenge Lin Ling? "Let's fight." Lin Ling knew that he had become a thorn in Di Shan's side, so he spoke first. Di Shan took a sip of wine and wanted to say something, but Lin Ling beat him to it. "Excuse me, are you from the Titanic Crescent God?" Di Shan was stunned, but he nodded and said, "Yes, so?" "Get your ass over here, I'm going to teach you a lesson." Lin Ling put his hands behind his back and said calmly. His last sentence was filled with a murderous aura. Di Shan was stunned again. He wanted to challenge Lin Ling because Di told him that he was strong enough to defeat Lin Ling, and asked him to teach Lin Ling a lesson. However, before he could say anything, Lin Ling took the initiative to teach him a lesson. Dishan was one of the lucky ones. Refreshing, refreshing. Alright, I'll give you a try. Dishan laughed and walked towards Lin Ling. It's Lin Ling. Seeing this, many people nodded. However, Lin Ling had a higher chance of winning this battle. After all, he had defeated Zhong Shan. Of course, Dishan could not be underestimated. He might have hidden his trump card. Lin Ling, I've heard a lot about you. It's my honor to be able to fight with you today. As your opponent, let me give you a toast. Dishan stood in the air and said politely. He then threw the flagon in his hand towards Lin Ling. This wine of mine is the wine of nothingness, which I obtained from the god world. If anyone else wanted a sip, I would refuse. Today, I'm giving you a toast because I think you're a hero. Dishan laughed politely. Of course, he also joked, however, Lin Ling, if you're afraid of being poisoned, you don't have to drink it. Anyone could tell that this was a joke. After all, Dishan would not dare to play with poison in front of the four gods unless he was a fool. Normally, when a generous man saw that Dishan was so hospitable, he would definitely take the wine and drink it to show that he was free and easy. Therefore, everyone thought that Lin Ling would definitely accept the wine. Bang! However, just as this thought appeared in his mind, Lin Ling punched out and shattered the wine gourd. The precious wine spilled into the air. Countless people opened their mouths wide. Lin Ling did not know what was good for him and did not give him face at all. Dishan was also stunned. Then his face darkened. After all, he obtained the wine from the god world and it was extremely precious. Moreover, he had proposed a toast to Lin Ling, but Lin Ling had shattered the flagon. Do you think that everyone is qualified to drink with me? Lin Ling said indifferently with a hint of disdain while Dishan was furious. Dishan was furious. Let's fight. Don't talk nonsense. I'm waiting to beat you up. Lin Ling ignored Dishan's anger. Instead, he clenched his fists tightly. Lin Ling is so arrogant. Many people were unhappy with Lin Ling's bullying. After all, not only did he break the flagon, he even said that he would beat up Dishan. After all, Dishan had no enmity with Lin Ling. Beat me up? Let's see if you have what it takes. Dishan had wanted to teach Lin Ling a lesson for a long time. He was just putting on an act earlier. Then he unleashed his realm origin, divine embryo, and divine power. Begin. After unleashing all of his power, he roared loudly. However, as soon as he finished speaking, a shadow flashed toward him and punched Dishan's chest like a meteor. The person who appeared in front of Dishan was Lin Ling. That punch caused Dishan's stomach to churn. His realm origin, divine embryo, and other powers were completely unable to defend against that punch. Didn't you say that you want to see if I have what it takes? Lin Ling said indifferently while maintaining his posture. Then he stretched out his other hand and grabbed Dishan's neck. Then he kicked out with his knee. Rumble! The kick was powerful enough to destroy 1,000 worlds. When it landed on Dishan's face, it broke his nose. Red, white, and yellow blood spurted out crazily. Bang, bang, bang. Then, Lin Ling continued to beat up Dishan in front of countless people. Dishan's face was as red as a dye vat. Only now did he realize how big the gap was between him and Lin Ling. He could not even withstand a single blow. How ruthless! Seeing Lin Ling beating up Dishan, the people frowned. They disliked Lin Ling even more. After all, if Dishan was no match for Lin Ling could have defeated him. Why did he have to beat up Dishan so fiercely? Dishan was beaten beyond recognition. Only now did he realize that he could admit defeat. However, before Dishan could utter the word admit defeat, Lin Ling's fist landed on his face and forced the word admit defeat back into Dishan's stomach. Admit. Dishan spat out a mouthful of blood. As he flew backward, he struggled to say the second word. However, before he could say the third word, Lin Ling's thunderstorm attack came again. You want to say the third word? Dream on. Rumble. In the four regions, Lin Ling beat Dishan from the east to the south, then to the west and north. It was as if he was beating up a human sandbag. How could this still be considered a spar? This was clearly bullying. Could it be that Lin Ling is standing up for Xingyi? Suddenly, someone seemed to have realized something. This was because Di Shan was a member of the Titanic Crescent God. Previously, Di Shan had humiliated Xingyi. Therefore, Lin Ling was paying back an eye for an eye. This person's words made many people realize what was going on. This Lin Ling is so arrogant. Arrogant. Many of the gods on the Titanic Crescent God's side had cold looks in their eyes. Lei Gong narrowed his eyes. He understood Lin Ling's bitter smile. He did not expect Lin Ling to be so vengeful. He also did not expect Lin Ling to be such a good friend. He had only met Xingyi a few times, but Lin Ling was willing to stand up for him. Of course, he was touched. He knew that Lin Ling was not only standing up for Xingyi, but also for him, Lei Gong. It's about time. After an unknown amount of time, a voice finally drifted over. This time, it was the Titanic Crescent God who had spoken. However, he still had a smile on his face. No one knew if he was angry or not. Since the Titanic Crescent God has spoken, I have to give you face. I will return the person to you. Chapter 4254. Emperor 13's face turned gloomy when he received it. Stray dog? This was what he had said to Xingyi. Now, Lin Ling was using it on Di Shan. He. Lin Ling smiled when he saw Emperor 13's gloomy face. Although it looked like a casual smile, it was obviously a provocation. Emperor 13 gritted his teeth and carried Di Shan towards Titanic Crescent God without saying a word. Lin Ling had defeated Di Shan, which meant that he had successfully obtained a slot. This made many people jealous. Of course, many more people did not like Lin Ling. After all, Lin Ling's methods were too arrogant. Are there a lot of you who don't like me? Lin Ling seemed to know what many people were thinking and suddenly laughed. Then, without waiting for anyone to speak, he looked at the four gods and said, "How about this? I, the winner, will also challenge. If I lose, I don't care about the slot. How about that?" What? Many people's eyes froze when they heard this. This was because Lin Ling had already obtained a slot. If he wanted to challenge someone else, wouldn't that be creating more trouble? You are already one of the top 10. Who else do you want to challenge? Are you not satisfied with torturing others? Do you want to beat up some weaklings? This time, Titanic Crescent God did not speak. Instead, it was Eugene who spoke. I'm not that bored. I just want to test my strength. Lin Ling said, furthermore, I am not challenging one person. I am challenging two people. Two people. The crowd was in an uproar again. Was Lin Ling going to challenge two people by himself? Even the four gods' eyes narrowed. Even the god of thunder couldn't understand why Lin Ling would do such a thing. Lin Ling ignored the crowd's shock and said, furthermore, these two people are from the top 10. As soon as this sentence fell, it was like a stone that caused 1,000 ripples. This was because Lin Ling had fought two challengers at once. This was already very shocking, but who would have thought that Lin Ling would challenge a powerhouse among the top 10? One had to know that to be able to become one of the top 10 powerhouses, their strength was naturally no small matter. Could it be? Suddenly, someone seemed to have guessed something. When the others heard his shout, they immediately became aware of it. Could it be that Lin Ling wanted to fight Emperor 13? Before they could finish their thoughts, Lin Ling pointed at two people. He pointed at Emperor 13 and said, one of them is you. But many people shouted. It was indeed Emperor 13. Then they started to think of the other person. However, at this moment, Lin Ling pointed again and said, the other person is you. Following Lin Ling's finger, people realized that the second person Lin Ling wanted to fight was actually Di. He was the number 1 in the eastern region. Di Yi's pupils constricted. He was obviously very surprised. Do you dare? Lin Ling stared at Di. He had a feeling that Di had something to do with Xingyi being crippled. After all, back in the realm of the gods, Di and Lin Ling had a grudge against each other. Why not? Di laughed. He had wanted to fight Lin Ling for a long time, but he had never had the chance. Who would have thought that Lin Ling would take the initiative to fight him? Great. Seeing this, Lin Ling laughed and said, however, if I lose, I will also lose my place. So, if you lose, your places will also be cancelled. How about that? Cancelled. DE and Emperor 13 suddenly frowned and did not immediately agree. The two of you are fighting me alone. Are you afraid? At this moment, Lin Ling spoke again. His words finally made DE and Emperor 13 look at each other and nod heavily. Previously, they were just a little cautious. However, after Lin Ling's reminder, they realized that it was 2 against 1. One should know that if they were alone, they were confident that they could defeat Lin Ling, let alone 2. Then, without saying much, they flew towards Lin Ling. The 4 gods were silent, but they did not stop DE and Emperor 13. Obviously, they agreed. DE and Emperor 13 appeared on the left and right of Lin Ling, surrounding Lin Ling. Lin Ling, when we were in the realm of the gods, you exchanged a blow with me. Now that 100 years have passed, I wonder how much you have grown. DE spoke first. You want to know? Lin Ling did not seem to know where DE and Emperor 13 were standing and easily blocked him. Instead, he smiled faintly. I do want to know, but I don't know if you will tell me. DE replied with a shrug. However, before Lin Ling could speak, he had already signaled Emperor 13 with his eyes. Then, the two of them attacked at the same time. The heavy armor on DE's body suddenly became pitch black, drowning his entire body. Only a pitch black shadow could be seen. However, within the shadow, streaks of red light flowed along the strange patterns and into his arm, making his arm extremely dazzling. Rumble. Around him, the void suddenly shook violently. Cracks appeared continuously, and circles of black ripples bloomed like flowers. Boom! D punched out. His scorching hot arm blasted out a terrifying light pillar, which had reached the power of 400 streaks of God. Obviously, he had used his strongest attack, wanting to kill Lin Ling with one blow. At that time, even Lei Gong would not blame him. This was because Lin Ling wanted to fight 1 against 2. Moreover, he could also say that fists and kicks had no eyes. D had accidentally killed Lin Ling because he could not hold back for a moment. On the other side, Emperor 13 did not delay. His armor shook, and after the armor floated out, it immediately turned into a meteor and bombarded Lin Ling. Taking a closer look, when the meteor flew through the air, the surrounding space rippled like water. This move was obviously more powerful than the one that had defeated Xingyi. With 1 on the left and 1 on the right, Lin Ling could be said to be in imminent danger. What? At this moment, everyone finally reacted. This was because no one had expected them to suddenly attack. Now, even if Lin Ling was prepared, he might not be able to block DE's attack. Moreover, Emperor 13 was eyeing him covetously. Rumble. Rumble. Unsurprisingly, after the 2 experts launched their attacks, Lin Ling was immediately engulfed. The void around him exploded, and a huge void tunnel appeared. It was as though it was a void tunnel that led to the outside world. One move had created a void tunnel. This showed how ferocious it was. Everyone frantically retreated. Their clothes and hair fluttered in the wind, but they stared straight ahead. Was Lin Ling dead? Chapter 4255. Only 2 people were concerned about Lin Ling's death. One of them was Longyang. She narrowed her eyes and a complicated look flashed in them. The other one was the Thunder God. His expression didn't change, but his eyes were flickering non-stop. Brother Lei Gong, if he dies, will you blame DE and the others? Suddenly, Titanic Crescent God, who had been silent, asked with a smile. No. Lei Gong said flatly, his eyes still looking forward. That's good. Titanic Crescent God laughed. However, as soon as his laughter faded, endless white lightning started raging from the black hole in front of them. The power of a grade 5 divine fetus quietly permeated the air. At this moment, many people felt the pressure increase greatly. They stared at the void passage, their eyes filled with disbelief. Lei Gong looked at the chaotic void passage in front of him and finally smiled. He said flatly, "Finally, it's here." He knew that it was time for Lin Ling to use his trump card. Thunder Lock Real Body. At this moment, the entire void was silent. Everyone's eyes were fixed on the chaotic power in front of them. It was like a void catastrophe. However, an oppressive atmosphere was also spreading. Many people swallowed their saliva subconsciously. As for DE and Emperor 13, they frowned. Lin Ling was still alive? How could this be? In their opinion, their move could kill any martial god realm expert, unless Lin Ling was a deity. It must be fake, Emperor 13 suddenly said. However, as soon as he finished speaking, a terrifying shockwave exploded in front of them. The shockwave was like an arc that kept expanding. Boom! When the arc hit them, DE and Emperor 13's hair and clothes were blown up. Their eyes narrowed and their faces started to distort. They could not control their bodies and flew backwards. Steady! They roared and controlled their realm essence to stabilize their bodies. This was because if they fell back, they would feel extremely embarrassed. That circular shockwave grew bigger and bigger. When it spread into the distance, everyone's long hair was blown up and their pupils constricted. Is this Lin Ling's full strength? Luli Empress's eyes narrowed and flickered nonstop. No one knew what she was thinking. What the hell is this? Longyang clenched her fists tightly. The powerful force coming from afar made her feel a huge pressure. Boom! Finally, there was a roar, and all the power receded like a tide. Then, a dot of light appeared, and it kept expanding. Gradually, a dazzling figure walked out. This person was covered in lightning, and there were 8 wings flapping behind him. The wings were made of lightning, and there were ferocious electric snakes all around. This person appeared to be awe-inspiring. And he was Lin Ling. As soon as he appeared, Lin Ling disappeared. When he reappeared, he was already in front of Di. His fist smashed out like a meteor and landed on Di's stomach. Boom! It was simply unstoppable. Di spat out a mouthful of yellow bile and fell on Lin Ling's arm like a shrimp. Didn't you want to see my 100 years of cultivation? Now you've seen it. Lin Ling said indifferently without looking at him. His words made Di's heart tremble violently. This was the result of Lin Ling's 100 years of cultivation. Was this still the eliminated Lin Ling? In fact, it was not only Di. Now, everyone was in disbelief. This was because they had all sensed that Lin Ling was now a 5th grade innate godly fetus with the Luai's constitution. 5th grade. This had already surpassed 99% of the people. Among all the trial challengers, there were no more than 5 people who could match Lin Ling. His godly force must have reached 800 strands. He has successfully cultivated the Luai's true god. An old man muttered to himself solemnly. As his words floated out, it was as if a wave of panic had spread to everyone's hearts. 800 strands of the power of God was too terrifying. One had to know that Emperor 13 only had 400 strands of the power of God. Although DE had only used 400 strands of the power of God, it was obvious that he had more than 400 strands of the power of God. He probably had 500 strands of the power of God. However, he was still unable to withstand a single blow. This is Lin Ling's full power. Didn't he fail to become a god? How did his godly fetus reach the 5th grade? 800 strands of the power of God in 100 years. If it isn't because the Luai's true body is too powerful, then it's because his comprehension ability is too terrifying. The top trial challengers were also discussing spiritedly. Boom! At this moment, Lin Ling grabbed Di with one hand and pounced towards Emperor 13. His foot kicked out. The white lightning made him as fast as a ray of light. The sole of his foot appeared right in front of Emperor 13's face. Emperor 13's pupils constricted. In his eyes, a gigantic foot was kicking towards him. Dodge, I have to dodge. I can't let him kick me. Otherwise, I'll be so embarrassed. Emperor 13 roared in his heart. He activated all his realm essence in an attempt to dodge. However, he couldn't do anything about it. His body hadn't even moved, but a foot had already landed on his cheek. Bang! That foot caused Emperor 13's nose to become crooked. White lightning snakes attacked him, causing his body to tremble. He couldn't resist at all. The difference in strength was too great. Lin Ling fought 2 people at the same time. It was as easy as blowing off dust. People could only watch as Lin Ling beat up Di and Di. Boom, boom, boom. Lin Ling's fists landed on Di's face continuously. Di spat out all his teeth. His originally handsome face was now distorted. Another tooth? This scene was undoubtedly a dream to many people. Up until now, All those who had fought with Lin Ling had had their teeth broken. Could it be that Lin Ling was born to like destroying other people's faces? How long are the two of you going to hide your strength? At this moment, Lin Ling suddenly spoke. Hide our strength? When De and Emperor 13 heard Lin Ling's words, they were so angry that they wanted to vomit blood. This was because they didn't hide their strength at all. They had already used all their strength. A warrior can be killed, but not humiliated. Dirort. His eyes were red. Back in the realm of the gods, he had fought to a draw with Lin Ling. Now, he was being beaten up by Lin Ling. How could he take this lying down? Therefore, he activated all his realm essence. Lin Ling, I'll fight you to the death. After all his strength erupted, he was like a deity. His aura was monstrous. Bang. However, just as this aura erupted, a figure appeared in front of D. At the same time, a palm was placed on his chest. A ferocious divine power erupted. After a boom, D was immediately sent flying. The aura that had just erupted also instantly withered. Still, he couldn't withstand a single blow. D, you should use all your strength. When D was sent flying, Lin Ling's voice floated over at the same time. Damn it, I've already used all my strength. D was so angry that he spat out a mouthful of blood. He couldn't help but curse. Chapter 4256. Bam. However, just as he retreated, a knee shot over and hit his cheek, once again turning his face into a vat of dye. I say, you're really a stray dog. Lin Ling said coldly after sending Emperor 13 flying. This was what Emperor 13 had said to Saint Yi. Now, Lin Ling was returning the favor. So Lin Ling is doing this for Saint Yi. Many people came to a sudden realization and secretly rejoiced for Saint Yi. It was Saint Yi's fortune to have met Lin Ling. In the end, Emperor Yi and Emperor 13 were beaten up like dogs. Lin Ling held them up with one hand and looked at the four gods coldly. The four gods were silent. Lei Gong stared at Lin Ling and felt touched. Although he knew that Lin Ling was doing this for Saint Yi, he also knew that without Saint Yi, Lin Ling would not have used his full strength. Emperor Yi and Emperor 13 have lost. They are disqualified. The third and fourth person from the eastern region will take their place. I wonder if this is the rule? Lin Ling said calmly. He had challenged Emperor Yi and Emperor Yi not only to avenge Saint Yi, but also to help Saint Yi regain his spot. Hearing this, everyone fell silent. According to the rules, this was indeed the case. Lin Ling, you're doing this on purpose, aren't you? Hiding your strength and then eliminating others? Isn't this too vicious? You're also affecting the relationship between the four gods. Suddenly, a cold voice rang out. This voice was a bit hoarse, and when it landed in people's ears, it caused them to feel a bit of pain. Hee, stop trying to drive a wedge between us. Hearing this, Lin Ling's gaze swept over the crowd. Others did not know who had spoken, but he had locked onto the person who had spoken. He said indifferently, I dare to challenge you, so I am not afraid of others' challenges. Those who are not convinced can come and challenge me. I will beat you until you are convinced. His voice was arrogant. Then he looked at the crowd. This sentence stunned many people. No one had expected Lin Ling to be so arrogant. He dared to challenge anyone. This was only the second battle for the spot. Compared to the first battle, it was much weaker. There were many real experts here. Are you sure about what you said? Suddenly, an old man from Yoshin's side stepped forward. That man was a divine general and a highly respected figure in Yoshin's side. Naturally, his strength was incomparably powerful. He looked at Lin Ling indifferently and said, he didn't have much hatred for Lin Ling, but Lin Ling was too arrogant and had taught countless people a lesson. Therefore, he found Lin Ling an eyesore. I am. Lin Ling nodded. Hearing this, the old man looked at Lei Gong. Lei Gong was still expressionless. He did not stop him, nor did he agree. However, the old man knew that Lei Gong had chosen to ignore this matter. All right, then I will teach this person a lesson on behalf of Lord Lei Gong. I will let some people know how to behave. The old man nodded. He stepped forward and shot toward Lin Ling. A shield appeared in his hand. It shone with colorful lights. It was extremely dazzling. The shield also emitted a heavy rumbling sound. This was the black skeleton flood dragon shield. It was said that it was made by millions of black flood dragons. It was extremely rare. The old man got it by luck in the realm of the gods. Moreover, the shield was damaged. Otherwise, it would be even more powerful. This is the shield used by the divine soldiers during the battle of the gods. Kurishin said suddenly. His thoughts went back to the past. Back then, when 100,000 divine soldiers fought against the will of the world, Ma Fangfang was holding the shield. Lin Ling's eyes flashed. He pointed with his right hand. Suddenly, a sharp bolt of lightning shot out. Clang. However, as soon as they descended onto the shield, they were immediately rebounded. This caused Lin Ling to be shocked, because he'd utilized 600 strands of divine energy in that attack just now. He'd intended to test the shield, but who would have expected that it would actually be rebounded? Kid, let me teach you how to behave. As a junior, you should respect your seniors. The old man wasn't surprised by the outcome before him, because his shield possessed formidable might, and it was capable of reflecting the might of gods. According to what he knew before the black skeleton flood dragon shield was damaged, it could rebound 10,000 streaks of the power of God. It was terrifying. Now, it could easily rebound 600 streaks of the power of God. Lin Ling's expression was still calm. However, his hands continued to shoot out bolts of lightning. They roared and surged toward the old man. Such an attack undoubtedly made many people's expressions change drastically. Their eyes were full of seriousness. Lin Ling was indeed strong. His strength was probably comparable to the 9 states' martial gods. However, the old man sneered. He held his shield in front of him. Then, there was a continuous roar around him. All the white lightning was rebounded. Even the onlookers were secretly sweating for him, because the scene in front of them was too terrifying. However, when the lightning gradually weakened, the old man was still safe and sound. He even laughed coldly. Then he pounced toward Lin Ling again. In the void, a huge ancient crocodile god appeared. It wagged its tail as if it could split the sky and earth apart. Rumble! The huge crocodile god bit in Lin Ling's direction. Lin Ling was still expressionless. The 8 wings on his back flapped at the same time. He used the speed of 80,000 worlds and disappeared from where he was. The moment he disappeared, the crocodile god bit down. The void was instantly torn apart. The distant land of infinity was torn apart like paper. It was so exaggerated that it directly turned into dust. If this attack was used in the 10,000 worlds, countless realms would suffer. You're really fast at escaping. The old man floated in front of the crocodile god and sneered. However, just as he finished speaking, a figure shot toward him. The white lightning was blinding and shocking. It was Lin Ling. What is Lin Ling doing? Could it be that he doesn't believe it and wants to fight with his life on the line? It's useless. Seeing Lin Ling's actions, many people were stunned. Some people who had a grudge against Lin Ling sneered. In their opinion, Lin Ling must have broken a broken jar. After all, who asked him to boast before? Now that he was about to lose, naturally he would fight with his life on the line. However, Lin Ling's strength was 800 streaks of divine power. That shield could reflect divine power. Come, I'll let you know how inexperienced you are. Seeing Lin Ling fight with his life on the line, the old man also put his shield in front of him. He sneered. After all, he was a rising star. He was too impulsive. One had to know that his crocodile god's attack was a 4th-grade divine fetus. Although he was confident that he could hurt Lin Ling was too fast. The attack could not catch up. Lin Ling's divine power could also hurt him. However, he had the shield and was not afraid of Lin Ling's attack. Now that Lin Ling was fighting with his life on the line, wasn't that what he wanted? Chapter 4257. It's going to hit him. At this moment, someone finally let out a shout. Boom! As soon as he finished speaking, there was a roar. Everyone saw a fist land on the old man's shield. This made many people's eyes widen. Lin Ling was crazy. He knew that the black skeleton dragon shield could reflect the power of the gods, but he didn't avoid it. Instead, he took it head-on. Wasn't this giving the old man a chance? Was this his chance? Crack, crack, crack. However, as soon as everyone had this thought, A crisp sound rang out. Then, under countless shocked gazes, cracks appeared on the black skeleton dragon shield, and they continued to spread. What? The old man lowered his head and looked at the shield. He was so frightened that his hair stood on end. In his eyes, the cracks on the black skeleton flood dragon shield became more and more severe. Then, from the center of the cracks, a fist suddenly broke through the shield and rushed over, landing heavily on his chest. Bang! With one punch, the old man spat out blood and fell back. He could clearly feel that Lin Ling's punch was so terrifying that it had seriously injured him. Boom! As soon as he fell back, the black skeleton dragon shield completely exploded. Millions of black skeleton dragon souls swam out and disappeared in all directions. The shield also exploded. Staring at this terrifying scene, the people couldn't help but scream. What the hell is going on? Could it be that the black skeleton dragon shield had reached its limit and shattered? For a moment, many people were puzzled. Only the four gods narrowed their eyes. Obviously, they knew what Lin Ling had used to destroy the shield. Almost at the same time, the crocodile god behind the old man bit down viciously. Its huge bite seemed like it could tear the world apart. However, at this moment, Lin Ling clearly showed everyone what he was relying on. Lin Ling soared into the sky, and there was no longer any lightning around him. Instead, he had transformed into a divine general with dragon claws, dragon tail, and black dragon armor. Behind him, there were even tens of thousands of tentacles dancing wildly, fusing together with his hair. He was majestic. He raised his hands above his head and soared higher into the sky to resist the huge crocodile god. Boom, boom, boom. In the eyes of countless people, the crocodile god's huge mouth finally closed. The moment it closed, the void in front of it was immediately torn apart. Kakaka. However, just as the crocodile god closed its mouth, it suddenly felt like something was wrong. It was as if someone was forcing its mouth open, and it was opening wider and wider. What? Void was shocked. In everyone's eyes, a figure appeared in the giant mouth. He was using both hands to stare at the crocodile deity's mouth, and he kept pushing it towards the sky. One had to know that the crocodile god was a fourth-grade talent. With such a bite, 90% of the four gods could not withstand it. But Lin Ling was going head-to-head with the crocodile god. That was insane. Plop. The seventh prince, Jianghu Yanhui, and the others fell to their knees in midair. Their faces were as white as a sheet of paper, whereas Sister Zhen's eyes were trembling. Based on this move alone, she knew that Lin Ling was not much weaker than her. In fact, Lin Ling was slightly stronger than her. Why? These people who had enmity with Lin Ling were all very indignant. Why was Lin Ling, who had disappeared for 100 years, so powerful? Where did he go? Of course, not only them, but even those who had always doubted Lin Ling swallowed their saliva. They finally knew that Lin Ling had regained his former glory. No, he was even stronger than before. Boom, boom, boom. While everyone was thinking about this, the crocodile god's huge mouth was finally forcefully torn open. Then, blood spurted out as Lin Ling forcefully tore it in half. Violence? What kind of violence was this? Swoosh. The huge crocodile god, dripping with blood, fell from the sky. It was a shocking scene. What a terrifying power. This is not the power of a god, but the power of his realm essence and physical body. Someone finally realized this and said in a serious voice, "It should be around 300,000 realms of energy." However, the most terrifying thing is his realm essence. He is only a level 9 martial god, but the density of his realm essence is comparable to that of a god. Someone else said. The person who spoke was very powerful. He was the second strongest person in the Titanic Crescent god trial taker. His eyes were burning as if his blood had been stimulated to fight. At this time, Lin Ling had already shot towards the old man with his gorgeous tentacles like an ancient war god. The old man was floating in the void. His eyes were trembling because he saw a monster shooting towards him. He was so scared that his soul almost left his body. This was because he had seen Lin Ling's tyrannical attack with his own eyes. "I admit defeat." He frantically retreated and shouted, Admit your sister. However, Lin Ling's fist landed on the old man's chest and broke his sternum. Bang bang bang. Next, Lin Ling violently attacked and beat up the old man, breaking his teeth. I'll teach you how to behave. Lin Ling's arrogant voice resounded in the void. Previously, the senior wanted to teach Lin Ling how to behave, but now Lin Ling was teaching him how to behave. Broken teeth again. Looking at the old man who was beaten like a dog, many people's hearts trembled. Their previous dissatisfaction with Lin Ling had quietly disappeared. The main thing was that Lin Ling was too cruel. He directly broke someone's teeth without saying a word. Moreover, he was so strong. Let him go. What's the point of bullying the old man? You challenged 2 people at once before, so you should also accept the challenge from 2 people. Old man Yi Xian has been defeated. Next, I will fight you. At this time, someone interrupted Lin Ling and appeared in front of Lin Ling in a flash. This person was 2 meters tall and wore heavy armor. With his hands behind his back, he tilted his head and looked at Lin Ling with a strong desire to fight. The trial taker of the Titanic Crescent God, the Imperial Crown Prince, and also the second-ranked trial taker under Lord Titanic Crescent. I think I'm qualified to fight you. The man called the Imperial Crown Prince said indifferently. As soon as he finished speaking, a terrible shockwave gushed out from his body and blew Lin Ling back a few meters. This was an expert with half a step into the ranks of gods and a 5th-grade talent. But he reached out with one hand, and the ferocious divine power turned into a red ball of blood in his palm. Then he threw it out. After his blood ball exploded in the distance, a wave of power even stronger than Lin Ling's burst of power exploded out in all directions. Rumble. Those who were weaker all lost their balance and tumbled in the air like rice straws. With such strength, can I fight you? The Imperial Crown Prince ignored the changes around him and still looked at Lin Ling with a smile. His previous move was obviously to prove his strength and that he was qualified to fight Lin Ling, the second-ranked trial taker. If Lin Ling could still win, it meant that Lin Ling was definitely the second-ranked trial taker under Lei Gong. Chapter 4258. If Lin Ling could still win, this meant that under Lei Gong's command, Lin Ling would definitely be the second strongest of the trial takers. This also made people feel like they were dreaming. Lin Ling, who had disappeared for 100 years, had returned. Could it be that he was going to become the second strongest of the trial takers? This was too exaggerated. With your strength, you barely qualify. Sigh. At this moment, Lin Ling also spoke indifferently. He threw the dog-like old man aside and looked at Crown Prince with his hands behind his back. Barely qualify? When people heard this, they almost spat out a mouthful of blood. The second strongest of the trial takers was barely qualified? They didn't know if Lin Ling was too arrogant or if Lin Ling was too confident. Alright, then let me see how barely qualified you are. Come, defeat me and you will become the second strongest of the trial takers. Sigh. The man called Crown Prince wasn't angry. Instead, his battle intent boiled even more. This was because this was the first time he had heard of Lin Ling's name. However, he had never expected Lin Ling to be so powerful that he had swept through the competition. Therefore, he wanted to see just how powerful this expert who had appeared out of nowhere was. The two stood quietly. Crown Prince didn't activate his godly embryo. Instead, he used all of his realm essence and godly power, forming a terrifying force field around him. The void was like a wave that moved up and down. Lin Ling, on the other hand, used the first stage of his innate talent fusion. Dual Dragon Innate Talent, Realm Swallowing Beast, and Devil Jellyfish. This allowed his strength to reach 400,000 realm essence and 600 strands of godly power. The first stage of his innate talent fusion didn't have as much godly power as Lei Zhi True Body. His speed also wasn't as fast, but his defensive power had greatly increased. In terms of overall attack power, it surpassed Lei Zhi True Body's 800 strands of godly power. After all, the power of 400,000 realms in addition to the realm essence of the 7 great Danshians was no small matter. Therefore, when Lin Ling stood in the void, he did not cause the void to shake like glass. Instead, he caused the void to become inexplicably heavy. If someone were to stand near him, they would immediately feel immense pressure, as if they were in the realm of the gods. Begin! The Crown Prince raised his eyes. He didn't underestimate Lin Ling. Bloody paths began to appear on the surface of his heavy armor and gathered on his right arm. Suddenly, his right arm swelled up like a giant's arm. Moreover, it was a blood-red giant's arm. Boom! With a blinding divine light, the Crown Prince vanished from where he stood. And above Lin Ling's head, a massive fist came smashing down like a meteor. No one expected the Crown Prince to be so fast with such a massive arm in hand. It was because this type of speed already reached the speed of 800 realms. However, Lin Ling's expression didn't change. His powerful soul force had already sensed the change in the sky. He secretly exclaimed, this Crown Prince's speed was truly formidable. Countless tentacles wriggled behind him and wrapped around a sword. Then, he looked at the huge fist in the sky and fiercely slashed out. Rumble! As the sword and fist collided, the sword that was originally as large as a door was slightly bent. At the same time, a ferocious force flowed through the sword and into Lin Ling's body. Ka-ka-ka! Lin Ling's bones and meridians also emitted a rumbling sound. The Crown Prince's strength was too strong. If it wasn't for his terrifying defense, this punch would have killed him. And now, although Lin Ling was fine, the giant's arm in the sky was still smashing down. The tyrant's song sword seemed unable to block it. What? Lin Ling used the tentacles behind him to hold the sword and block the Crown Prince's attack. What a ferocious force! The Crown Prince's punch has probably reached the power of 1,000 strands of divinity. Lin Ling can't block it? Everyone shrank into the distance and stared at the scene. They didn't expect that the previously insufferably arrogant Lin Ling would be suppressed. This showed the difference between Lin Ling and the Crown Prince. Rumble! The giant's fists in the sky continued to descend, forcing Lin Ling to continuously descend. However, at the critical moment, the tyrant's song sword gave off rays of Bodhi divine light, greatly increasing its divine power. Following this, Lin Ling swept out with his sword, slightly changing the direction of the giant's fists. However, this was not the case. The old fist smashed down fiercely, but it was clearly dodged by Lin Ling. Boom! Lin Ling moved his feet and dodged the giant fist smashing down from the sky. Then, he felt a ferocious force sweeping down in front of him. Your reaction is so fast. However, Lin Ling, is this all you've got? Above Lin Ling's head, the Crown Prince's cold laughter also sounded. He seemed to be fishing for the moon in the water as he retracted his giant arm and swept it toward Lin Ling. From afar, it was as if a giant pillar was sweeping away an army of thousands. Seeing this, Lin Ling also retreated, narrowly avoiding the giant arm. However, just as he moved, the Crown Prince was also incomparably agile. He retracted his sweeping arm and grabbed at Lin Ling with his palm. This giant's arm is indeed powerful. Lin Ling was still retreating, but he was also muttering to himself. He stretched out his hands, and in his palms, balls of golden flames appeared, floating like lanterns. 8,000 great heavenly flames. Then Lin Ling fiercely slapped out. The current human king's flames had already risen from 3,000 great heavenly flames to 8,000, and the power of divinity had also reached 300. Currently, Lin Ling had fused the first stage talent, but he hadn't fused the human king's flames. Therefore, the human king's flames could easily display the great heavenly flames. Bang, bang, bang. The golden flames that shot out were like lanterns, and like meteors, they crashed into the giant palm with beautiful trajectories. Although the power of 300 streaks of divinity couldn't shake the giant palm at all, it could slow down its speed. The eruption of the great heavenly flames also caused the void to be filled with a golden sea of fire. In the sea of fire, there was a giant human king Dharma idol. Everyone's eyes were all attracted by the golden flames, and their hearts trembled violently. Another 5th grade divine embryo. Someone muttered to himself. Naturally, he could sense the divine power of the golden flames. Lin Ling is too strong. He actually has so many tricks up his sleeve. They knew that if the one who attacked was not the Crown Prince, with Lin Ling's 2 great 5th grade divine embryos, who among the 4 gods could be his match? However, he's still a little weak in the end. Even Kurishin spoke up, a rare smile on his lips. In the past, Lin Ling had fished with him not long ago. At that time, Lin Ling was still very weak, but now, he could be considered to be completely strong. This kid has indeed hidden his trump card. However, he even hid it from me. He's really asking for a beating. Lei Gong scolded jokingly. He had always thought that Lin Ling's strongest ability was the Lin Ling's Thunder Lock true form, but now he realized that Lin Ling was also heaven-defying in other areas. Although he was still not a match for the Crown Prince, the speed of his growth was very gratifying. Chapter 4259. It's Lin Ling. Everyone gasped as they stared at the figure rushing out of the flames. It turned out that the human monarch's flame was just a bait. The real power was Lin Ling's next move. Everyone could clearly see that while Lin Ling was running, his palm was hanging behind his back. In his palm, a white lightning ball was blooming with a dazzling light. This was obviously the lightning of the lightning pool physique. Look, his other hand. Suddenly, someone with sharp eyes stared at Lin Ling's other palm. There, a golden flame was burning. It was the human monarch's flame. Flame and lightning in both hands. So this was Lin Ling's killer move. At this moment, the Crown Prince was attracted by the flame on his arm. Now that he had completely reacted, his eyes narrowed. However, by the time he noticed, Lin Ling had already reached his shoulder. This made him laugh coldly and spit out. Decaying world blood flame. From his mouth, red flames also spewed out, drowning Lin Ling. These flames were called flames, but they also seemed to be blood, containing supreme power. However, in the face of these flames, Lin Ling knew that his killer move could not be broken, so he did not activate the power in his hands. Instead, with a thought, countless tentacles spread out from behind him, wrapping around the tyrannical Song sword and blocking in front of him. Bang bang bang. When the blood-red flames arrived and collided with the tyrannical Song sword, an ear-piercing sound immediately erupted. However, Lin Ling, who was behind the tyrannical Song sword, was safe for the time being. Instead, he jumped up. The qualifications I'm talking about are these. At this moment, he fell from the sky like a meteor. With both hands in front of him, a flame and lightning mixed with terrifying power fiercely slammed down. Is Lin Ling going to win? Everyone held their breaths. They did not expect that Lin Ling, who looked weaker, would have such terrifying battle experience. It was as if he had the ability to control everything. This kind of qualification is still a bit weak. However, the Crown Prince raised his head. Suddenly, a large amount of blood-red light appeared on his body. Countless bloody paths swam along his armor, forming a dazzling red armor on his head. The moment this armor appeared, the void was also illuminated. From afar, it looked like a red lamp. And just as this helmet appeared, the two domineering powers of flame and lightning slammed down. Boom! A ring of terrifying power fused with flame and lightning spewed out in all directions, and a fist of golden white ripples also spread out. When it reached the experts in the distance, even though they were far away, they were still blown back continuously. It was as if they were in the middle of a wave, swaying up and down. This power was indeed terrifying. However, no one paid any attention to the swaying bodies. Their eyes were still fixed on the distance. They saw that Lin Ling was floating above the Crown Prince's head, maintaining the posture of slamming down with his palms. However, the Crown Prince was like a blood-red giant. The blood-red light in his armor did not diminish, but instead became denser. He actually blocked Lin Ling's flame and lightning power. The Crown Prince is indeed worthy of being the second god of the trial. With this kind of strength, it's not an exaggeration to call him a true god. Someone licked their lips and said solemnly, Lin Ling, with this kind of qualification, it's more like an itch. At this moment, the Crown Prince looked forward and said indifferently. Looking at his appearance, not only was he not afraid of Lin Ling's attack, he did not even look at Lin Ling. He was full of domineering. Of course, he was also very surprised because he noticed that Lin Ling's flame and lightning attack had almost reached 1,000 rays of divine power. It was very terrifying. It could be said that if it were not for him, the others would have been smashed to death. Is that so? However, Lin Ling, who was in the sky, also nodded. While the flame and lightning power was still wreaking havoc on the helmet, he suddenly raised his hands high. In his palms, the divine light of Bodhi bloomed. Then, like a drum, he continuously slammed down. Red Bodhi scripture Heavenly Sovereign Shu, 6 paths of 10,000 winds and clouds. A heroic voice also floated out from his mouth. Yellow Bodhi thousand-hand Guanin. Guanin's 1,000 hands shake the universe. Blue Bodhi Sin Sea Dragon King. Divine dragon claws slay demons. With every slap, the power of Buddha exploded, and the people also heard the sound of a Buddha bell. As he continued to strike, Lin Ling raised both his palms high and delivered the final strike. Black Bodhi Wrath King. Thunder Wrath shatters the void. Boom. Suddenly, a terrifying Vajra with angry eyes appeared behind him. This Vajra was hundreds of feet tall, and its whole body was emitting a green light. Its muscles were solid, and it slammed down with its palm as if it was destroying demons. What a strong power of Buddha! This power seems to be an innate godly fetus. Lin Ling, where did all these talents come from? Their gazes were fixed on the angry Vajra, and they felt like they were about to suffocate. The Crown Prince's pupils constricted as he felt a domineering and ferocious force coming down on him from above. Buzz. When the Vajra's giant palms slammed down, the Crown Prince's head shook. He no longer looked as mighty and domineering as before. He was directly smashed down like a meteor and disappeared from everyone's sight in an instant, as if he had gone straight to hell. It's broken. Seeing this, someone trembled and exclaimed. Lin Ling's means were endless. How many godly fetus talents did he hide? 7 great Dantians. Luli Empress, who had been watching the battle, was also shocked. Although Lin Ling did not show his 7th Dantian, she had already guessed that Lin Ling had definitely formed it. Damn it! Luli Empress could not help but curse inwardly. She had always been eyeing the Chaos Divine formula covetously, but now she did not expect that Lin Ling had actually opened his 7th Dantian. When all 7 Dantians opened at the same time, it would be even more terrifying than a godly fetus. If all 7 Dantians' godly fetus matured, it would be a catastrophe. I have to find a way to get the Chaos Divine formula. Luli Empress knew that Lin Ling was no longer the same as before. He already had the ability to completely compete with her, and she had obviously lost the ability to control Lin Ling. If she did not get the Chaos Divine formula, she would be surpassed by Lin Ling, and she would never be able to catch up to Lin Ling. The entire void was shocked by Lin Ling's stunning palm, and no one spoke for a long time. Among Lei Gong's trial takers, except for the young Qilin, everyone had ugly expressions. Although they did not want to admit it, they all knew that Lin Ling was now above their heads. Chapter 4260. Originally, Lei Gong thought that the Luai's true body was Lin Ling's final trump card, Lin Ling's strongest move in the future. But now, it seems like it wasn't enough to be proud of. No wonder Lin Ling didn't focus on the Luai's true body in his previous cultivation. Rumble! However, just when everyone thought that the Crown Prince had lost the ability to fight, a sudden tremor came from the void below. A blinding blood-red light shot up into the sky, emitting a pressure that could crush one's soul. Within the red light, a figure slowly floated up. It didn't look fast, but in the blink of an eye, it appeared in front of everyone. Of course, this was the Crown Prince. However, he was no longer the same as before. His armor had turned completely red, and he had a pair of red wings on his back. These wings were extremely different. They were more like bat wings, and when they flapped gently, surging divine power spread out. This surge of divine energy gave off the feeling that it exceeded 1,000 strands. Could it be 1,200 strands of divine energy? No, I'm afraid it's 1,500 strands. Yes. A few divine generals who had been cultivating for a few years cried out in alarm. As for the trial takers of the 4 great gods, they shifted their horrified gazes from Lin Ling to the Crown Prince. 1,500 strands of divine energy, this was more than twice the amount of DE and the others. Although they already knew that the Crown Prince was very strong, They didn't know how strong he was until he revealed his true strength. As for the Crown Prince, he was already an extremely powerful existence before the 9 prefectures were sealed as gods. After the 9 prefectures were sealed as gods, his strength increased by leaps and bounds. It was said that in the divine realm he even regained the memories of his previous life, and these were the memories of a mid-god. With such talent and origin, no one dared to disagree with him being ranked second among the Titanic Crescent gods. What a powerful divine fetus. He must have reached the 6th grade. Yes. Lin Ling looked at the Crown Prince in shock. He didn't expect this person to be so strong. Not bad. Yes. The Crown Prince nodded and grinned. That Vajrapalm was indeed very ferocious. It made me dizzy. It's just dizziness and disorientation, that's all. If you, Crown Prince, had used your divine embryo earlier, that kind of power wouldn't have been able to harm you at all. Lin Ling also smiled. After the battle, he had a good impression of this Crown Prince. Because although this person was incomparably overbearing, he was not arrogant. From start to finish, he had regarded Lin Ling with great importance. Hee, at first, I thought you didn't have the qualifications to make me use the divine embryo. The Crown Prince shrugged. Then his eyes flickered. His body suddenly grew bigger and bigger, turning into a blood-colored giant with wings on his back. This giant was clad in thick and heavy armor. His arms and legs had turned into claws that emitted a merciless cold light. The wings on his back were even more exaggerated. They were incomparably large, and when they gently flapped, a terrifying astral wind mixed with the power of divinity spread out, causing a vortex to appear in the void. Those experts who were already very far away were blown by the astral wind, and had no choice but to retreat again. Lin Ling's body was also unstable, and he continued to retreat. He stared at the monster-like giant, and for some reason, a memory rose in his mind. The bat. That giant looked like a bat giant. Except for the head and the armor on his body, everything else was like a bat. The Immortal Blood God Clan. I didn't expect that the Immortal Blood God Clan that disappeared in the era of gods still had descendants. Yes. Thinking of this, Lin Ling said lightly. Ah. Yes. Hearing this, the Crown Prince was a little surprised. I didn't expect you to know my origin. However, I am not a descendant. I am the god of the Immortal Blood God Clan. I have reincarnated for thousands of years, and now I have returned. Yes. At present, he was no longer the Crown Prince, but an expert in the era of gods. In terms of origin, he was actually not much weaker than the 4 great gods. This also meant that Lin Ling was fighting against the gods of the era of gods, and not a contemporary expert. The 4 great gods obviously already knew about this, so they reacted calmly. Instead, they stared at Lin Ling. Now that the Crown Prince had returned to the deity position, what about Lin Ling? Did he have a deity position? If he did not, he would obviously lose. The Immortal Blood God Clan lives on the blood of heaven and earth. They are immortal and can be traced back to the ancient times. It is said that a bat heard the great Tao and transformed into a void spirit. Yes. Lin Ling said lightly. For some reason, the memory that rose in his mind seemed to be that the Immortal Blood God Clan was very difficult to deal with. This was because they were generally immortal and could escape into the great Tao and disappear without a trace. The Immortal Blood God Clan lives on blood. They drink the blood of mortals and even the blood of gods. He wondered if this Crown Prince had drunk the blood of gods in his previous life. It seems like you are very familiar with the Immortal Blood God Clan. Could it be that you, Lin Ling, are also a reincarnated god? Show yourself, my Crown Prince is very curious. After all, you are so strong, so your previous life was definitely not as simple as a lower god. You must be a mid-god. At this moment, the Crown Prince said lightly. His words were also what everyone wanted to know the most. After all, Lin Ling had been fighting until now, and the more he fought, the stronger he became. His background was definitely not simple. Even Lei Gong's eyes were burning with curiosity. Before the 9 prefectures' investiture of the gods, he had already guessed that Lin Ling's background was not simple. However, Lin Ling had failed in the investiture of the gods, and that had killed his thoughts. But now, those thoughts had floated out again. At this moment, the entire void was staring at Lin Ling, waiting for Lin Ling's answer. In fact, Wangu Yanhui and the others were secretly praying that Lin Ling's previous life was a lower god realm, and not a mid-god realm. Sorry, my previous life was not a lower god. At this moment, Lin Ling finally spoke. You really were a mid-god. Hearing this, the Crown Prince's eyes revealed a trace of fighting spirit. Not a mid-god either. However, Lin Ling spoke again. Boom. As soon as this sentence fell, everyone's heart exploded. Not a lower god, not a mid-god. Could it be that Lin Ling was a mid-god in his previous life? At this moment, many people swallowed their saliva. It was too frightening. After all, no one had awakened a mid-god in their previous life, and Lin Ling was clearly the first. Of course, although this was unbelievable, the strength Lin Ling displayed made people feel that it was all true. Mid-god. Chapter 4261. High-level deity, you have the qualifications to fight against me. Now let's see who has awakened more memories. Sigh. The Crown Prince loosened and clenched his claws, and the battle intent on his body boiled even more. You seem to be thinking too much. I'm not a high-level deity either. Sigh. However, just as he was about to fight fiercely, Lin Ling spoke again. Not a high-level deity? What do you mean? Sigh. The Crown Prince was stunned. Could it be that Lin Ling was an existence that surpassed a superior god? And what was an existence that surpassed the high-level deity? In fact, in my previous life, I wasn't a deity. Sigh. Lin Ling spoke again. Hearing this, the Crown Prince opened his mouth wide. Lei Gong also opened his mouth wide. Those who were looking forward to it also opened their mouths wide. Lin Ling wasn't a deity, but he was so strong that he could even beat Di like a dog. This was a joke. However, when people stared at Lin Ling again, they realized that Lin Ling wasn't joking. Moreover, there was no divine light on his body from beginning to end. He really isn't a reincarnation of a deity? Sigh. Finally, someone spoke with difficulty. It seems so. Sigh. He's not a reincarnation of a deity, but his strength is heaven-defying. This Lin Ling is really a variable. Sigh. However, if he meets the Crown Prince, he can't win at all if he's not a reincarnation of a high-level deity. Sigh. Next, a flurry of discussion also floated out. Some were regretful, some were gloating, and some were quietly relieved. Sigh. Sigh. Lei Gong let out a long sigh. He also knew that Lin Ling wouldn't lie at such a time, so this meant that Lin Ling really wasn't a reincarnation of a deity. This also meant that when Lin Ling grew to the limit, he would still be weaker than the four great deities. Lin Ling, I'm sorry, but if you're not a high-level deity, then you're not a match for me. The Crown Prince also shook his head regretfully and was a little angry. This was because he had hoped that Lin Ling was a medium god. This way, this battle would be more intense. However, Lin Ling had disappointed him. Forget it. Forcing me to use the god embryo is your limit. Next, I'll personally defeat you. After that, the Crown Prince didn't plan to delay any longer. His body moved, and although he looked like a giant, he possessed unimaginable speed. A pair of claws mixed with ferocious divine power clawed at Lin Ling. From afar, the Crown Prince looked like he was grabbing an ant. Rumble. His attack was also earth-shattering. It was the most powerful attack he had ever used in the competition. It was as if the entire void was about to shatter. Admit defeat. Lei Gong shook his head. He knew that the competition was finally over. He didn't want Lin Ling to get hurt, so he spoke up for Lin Ling. After he finished speaking, he looked at the other three gods and nodded at them. The other three gods were expressionless, but they nodded one after another, agreeing to the end of the competition. Boom. However, at this moment, a roar suddenly came from the front. Then, a terrifying force erupted. The Crown Prince's enormous claws were blocked by a fist. Moreover, that fist was only the size of an ordinary person's fist. At the moment of collision with the claw, an unstoppable force rushed out. Those who were weaker, even if they were far away, were so shocked that they spat out a mouthful of blood. It was as if they were witnessing the battle of the gods in the past. What happened? This time, everyone looked over. The pupils of the four gods were also trembling as they stared at the scene. In the distant void, 3 rays of light bloomed. They were gold, white, and green. These rays of light enveloped a man. The man was wearing a blue robe. He maintained the posture of punching out, but he easily blocked the attack of the giant in front of him. At this moment, the man's appearance had become clear. Everything was exactly the same as Lin Ling's. 3 divine embryos activated at the same time. Lei Gong instantly cried out in alarm. The Crown Prince's pupils also stared at the insignificant ant in front of him, feeling incredulous. This was because this Lin Ling had erupted with another trump card and blocked his powerful attack. One must know that his attack could even force a god to retreat. Who said that only a superior god can't fight you? At this moment, Lin Ling's hair was wildly dancing. The dual dragon god talent had disappeared. He had already used the second stage of the talent fusion. The second stage increased Lin Ling's power by 500,000 worlds and 1,500 strands of divinity. Now, his divine power was on par with the Crown Prince's, and the fusion of the 3 Tier 5 divine embryos had greatly surpassed the Crown Prince's. Coupled with his terrifying physical strength, he felt that the reincarnation of a common god was nothing more than this. How is this possible? How is this possible? This is fake. This is fake. The Crown Prince's gaze was still fixed on Lin Ling, but he kept shaking his head. He didn't believe that a non-god reincarnation could fight him. Actually, they didn't believe it as well. After all, they'd survived the era of the gods, and they knew how terrifying the gods were all those years ago. It was utterly impossible for them to catch up to the gods of all those years ago by relying on their own strength. How could there be such a variable in this world? Shio. However, Lin Ling ignored their disbelief. He had already shot towards the Crown Prince, the power in his body surging, giving him a domineering aura that seemed to dominate the world. His fist didn't seem to be as strong as the Crown Prince's, but it fiercely punched out, directly breaking through the void and creating a huge void passage. So what if you're a superior god? Accompanying Lin Ling's fist was Lin Ling's domineering voice. He had bitterly cultivated for 4,000 years. Although he wasn't the reincarnation of a god, he was confident that he could surpass the gods of the past. Seeing Lin Ling take the initiative to attack, the Crown Prince was shocked, because he felt that after Lin Ling used his final trump card, he seemed to have become more confident, as if he was looking down on him. This also reminded him of what Lin Ling had said at the beginning. "You are barely qualified to fight me." But this was a dream for the Crown Prince. He was a mid-level god reincarnated. How could he be afraid of a rising star of the current generation? Crossing fate underworld. Immediately, the Crown Prince also attacked, activating all his divinity. He wanted to see if Lin Ling was really that powerful. Boom! The huge palm and Lin Ling's fist collided again. A more terrifying force than before erupted, shocking everyone's eyes and causing pain in their eardrums. The void began to shatter like glass. But what was truly frightening was that the huge immortal vampire god was sent flying by Lin Ling's punch and somersaulted in the air as if it couldn't withstand a single blow. The Crown Prince actually lost in a clash of strength? This change was like a stone that caused 1,000 ripples. If they didn't know that the Crown Prince didn't know Lin Ling, they would definitely think that the Crown Prince was going easy on Lin Ling. Chapter 4262. Lei Gong had always thought that only the reincarnation of a superior god could compete with the Crown Prince. However, Lin Ling used facts to tell him that even if he wasn't the reincarnation of a god, he could still defeat a medium god by himself. In fact, even the eyes of the other 3 gods flickered. This was because up until now, the top 2 experts of each god's trial takers all had powerful reincarnations, and Lin Ling was the only one who wasn't a reincarnated god. Does this guy have no limits? I thought he was already very powerful if he could defeat D. The Curishan also spoke in a low voice, his voice filled with shock. Rumble. At this moment, a pair of golden white wings grew out of Lin Ling's back. They were majestic, with golden flames on one side and white lightning on the other. With a sweep of the wings, the shattered void was blown into a huge vortex. Lin Ling turned into a gorgeous trajectory and pounced on the Crown Prince. Die! The Crown Prince's eyes were red. The huge bat wings behind him moved, and he chose the most direct and domineering way to clash with Lin Ling. After all, although he was the reincarnation of a medium god, he had only just regained his memories. He lacked the ability to use many of his techniques. However, even the simplest method, with his divine fetus and divine power, was enough to dominate the void of the 9 prefectures. 2 figures, 2 types of wings, clashed in front of countless gazes. Lin Ling's arm had turned golden. Upon closer inspection, there was actually the shadow of a Bodhi in his palm. It emitted a green light, as if he was holding a green gem. Boom! After the collision, the Crown Prince immediately sensed an unfathomable power surging towards him. This power was indestructible and ancient. Even with his 1,500 strands of divine power, he still felt that it was a strenuous and unrewarding task. Upon closer inspection, a pair of fists collided in the void, creating a huge shock wave. However, what shocked everyone was that the power contained in the thin fist was not the slightest bit weaker than the fist of a giant. At this moment, a gust of wind swept towards Lin Ling. Upon closer inspection, it was a slender tail, like a cat's tail. However, when it swept past, its power was terrifying. Bang! Lin Ling didn't even look to his side. His left hand clenched into a fist and punched out, sending the tail flying. Following that, Lin Ling circulated all the world essence in his body. In addition, his god force also surged into his right fist. Borrowing this powerful force, he forced the Crown Prince to retreat continuously. Wow! This scene caused many people to cry out in surprise. No one would have thought that a tiny ant could push a giant. After all, their bodies were extremely asymmetrical. He sensed that Lin Ling's strength was getting fiercer and fiercer as the fight went on. His expression changed drastically. Finally, he realized that he couldn't fight back and immediately retreated. 1,000 calamity, 10,000 destruction wave. Just as he floated back, he placed his hands in front of his mouth and suddenly spat out a purple sound wave. The sound wave continued to expand, as if it was going to envelop the entire void. As soon as the sound wave appeared, many people in the distance felt a splitting headache and groaned. Although this power has the god force, there seems to be another power within it. Moreover, it's a power that's beyond imagination. Among the 4 great gods, Kurishin couldn't help but be shocked. The current martial gods and gods all controlled the god force. However, he, a reincarnated mid-level god, had actually awakened a technique that surpassed the god force. God steps. Lin Ling's eyes flashed. He instantly sensed that the purple sound wave was different. After all, he also had the god steps and had experienced many years of cultivation. Now, he was extremely powerful. Naturally, he was familiar with the Crown Prince's techniques. He obviously didn't expect Di to be so powerful in his previous life. After all, he had just returned to his godhood. Just as Lin Ling was feeling shocked, circles of purple sound waves arrived. They were like ropes that tightly bound Lin Ling. Moreover, the power of the sound wave surged into Lin Ling's body. It was so domineering that it wanted to destroy everything. However, Lin Ling was now the fusion of 3 divine embryos. Although the human king's flame and the thunder lock real body didn't provide a strong physical body, the Vajra Bodhi could turn Lin Ling into a Vajra. The strength of his physical body was even more abnormal than the first fusion. Therefore, the power of the sound wave couldn't affect Lin Ling at all. Seeing that Lin Ling was bound, Di finally let out a sigh of relief. He said indifferently, "Lin Ling, I admit that you're very powerful. Moreover, you're the second strongest trial tester. However, you're still not qualified to defeat me. Break for me." However, just as he finished speaking, Lin Ling's low voice came from the front. It was like the anger of a Vajra. Then, Lin Ling's body shone with a green light, causing his skin to emit a metallic luster. However, the luster was green. Then, Lin Ling's body trembled as he let out a low voice. A powerful force broke free from the purple sound waves outside his body. Then, with a boom, the sound waves that bound Lin Ling's body were all broken. This guy. Seeing this domineering scene, even the Titanic Crescent God let out a low roar. He was sure that Lin Ling's strength was in the top 10 among the 4 gods. It's broken. As for the Crown Prince, his eyes were filled with confusion. He couldn't believe what was happening before him. However, just at this moment, a gust of wind blew at his face. Upon closer inspection, it was a fist. Most importantly, this fist was very fast. In the blink of an eye, it was in front of his eyes. It contained a domineering killing intent. I admit defeat. At this critical moment, the Crown Prince helplessly shouted. Crash! The fist finally stopped in front of his face. That ferocious wind caused his long hair to flutter. The Crown Prince smiled wryly. He had never thought that he would lose. He couldn't help but remember what Lin Ling had said before. He, the Crown Prince, was barely qualified to fight against him, but now it seemed that, after all, from the start of the battle until now, the Crown Prince had been suppressed and didn't have the upper hand at all. The Crown Prince's loss meant that Lin Ling's strength was now in the top 8 among the 40 challengers. A single stone caused 1,000 ripples. After witnessing this fierce battle, the crowd completely approved of Lin Ling in their hearts. The 4 gods were silent. Only Lei Gong smiled faintly. He knew that Lin Ling's name had spread far and wide among them. No one dared to underestimate him. Lin Ling, you win. At this time, the Titanic Crescent God smiled, but his eyes had a trace of seriousness. This was because from the start, he didn't know who Lin Ling was and couldn't remember this rising star. But now, he completely remembered this name. His words also meant that he recognized Lin Ling's qualifications. The battle for the spots was finally over. Chapter 4263. Still want to fight? The 4 gods were stunned. Lin Ling still wanted to fight? He had already defeated several powerful experts. Why would he still want to fight? Could it be that he had not used his full strength before? Who do you want to fight? Juk God suddenly asked. I heard that the number 1 challenger under Eugene, Luli Empress, is not only beautiful, but also very powerful. So, I want to spar with her. Lin Ling continued with a smile. Luli Empress. Many people looked at Luli Empress. Some of them knew about the grudge between the Empress and Lin Ling. However, they did not expect that Lin Ling would take the initiative to challenge Luli Empress. If they remembered correctly, Lin Ling had been avoiding Luli Empress in the past. Luli Empress's eyes flashed. She was filled with fighting spirit and killing intent. She wanted to fight too. Although Lin Ling was very strong now, she was confident that she could defeat Lin Ling. However, that might not be the case in the future. Today is a battle for the slot. Let's stop before going too far. It won't be good for anyone if we go too far. Let's leave it at that. All right. At this time, a cold voice sounded. It was Eugene who had been silent all this time. She had obviously stopped the battle between Lin Ling and Luli Empress. This disappointed Lin Ling and Luli Empress because they felt that this was the best time to settle their grudge. However, since Eugene had spoken, no one could go against her unless they were stronger than Eugene. Lin Ling nodded and sighed inwardly. He knew that he had missed the opportunity. However, he wasn't in a hurry. After all, he had already surpassed the Glaze Empress. All he lacked was an opportunity to have a great battle. As for him, Lin Ling, as long as he had surpassed someone before, no one would be able to surpass him. Lin Ling had always been confident. Eugene, what are you thinking? Luli Empress was not satisfied. She was not as good as Lin Ling. She was afraid that Lin Ling would surpass her sooner or later. However, this time, the person who spoke was her superior, so she chose to acquiesce. Since the 10 slots have been decided, let's end the battle. All right. At this time, Lei Gong said. Hearing Lei Gong's words, the Curishan nodded and pondered for a while. Suddenly he said, although the spirit nation has disappeared, I think they are still watching us. I think we should unify all the experts and use their strength to become gods. For example, the strongest 100 holy knights, the strongest 10 experts, and the strongest 10 experts. What do you think of the 10 great generals and the 8 most powerful new gods of this generation? Hearing this, many people's eyes lit up. After the investiture of the gods in the 9 continents, the void in the 9 continents was in chaos. The old experts were surpassed and the new experts rose to prominence. It was hard to tell who was stronger and who was weaker. However, if the experts were divided into ranks, then it would be clear. This was the current investiture of the gods. I agree. Juk God nodded. I agree too. Eugene did the same. Since everyone has agreed, then I have no objections. In the end, the Thunder God nodded as well. Next, the 4 gods began to discuss the identities of the 100 great paladins, the 10 great generals, and the 8 new gods. These people obviously had higher statuses, especially the 8 new gods. In fact, they were already the strongest people below the gods. And these 8 new gods were the strongest 8 out of the 40 trial challengers. They were experts like Luli Empress and Young Lin. Among them, Lin Ling was also one of the 8 new gods. Moreover, his ranking was not low among the 8. At least, he was stronger than the Crown Prince. The 8 new gods of the current era. When the people heard the names, they were inexplicably excited. They believed that in the future, these 8 new gods would definitely take over the position of the 4 gods and compete with the Spirit Nation. The 8 new gods of the current era, not bad names. Amongst the 8 strongest challengers, the corners of one of their mouths curled up to reveal a proud smile. This was because having such a title was a supreme honor. Thousands of years later, people in the 9 continents would remember them. This was also something that would go down in history forever. Therefore, the 8 of them were more or less excited. Of course, if there had to be an exception, it would be Lin Ling. This was because Lin Ling had met the pure Yang spiritual master. Therefore, he knew that these so-called 8 new gods were only titles given by themselves. They were not gods at all. Next, the crowd began to leave one after another. Lin Ling walked back to Lei Gong and followed the crowd. However, other than Young Lin, the others looked at Lin Ling with a complicated gaze. Lin Ling, congratulations. A moment later, someone finally reacted and smiled. He cupped his fists and bowed to Lin Ling as if he was trying to curry favor. This was because the current Lin Ling could represent half of the Lei Gong Hall. He was only second to Young Lin. I was just lucky. Lin Ling replied lazily to these polite words, as if he did not care at all. Ha! Seeing Lin Ling's indifferent attitude, the person could only smile awkwardly. However, he did not dare to get angry because Lin Ling was so strong. Looking at the divine generals and the others in Lei Gong Hall, their eyes were also filled with complicated emotions. This was because not long ago, when Lin Ling came to Lei Gong Hall, they all thought that Lord Lei Gong was lenient and allowed Lin Ling to return. However, who knew that they were overthinking things? Lin Ling was still ridiculously strong and even more ferocious than before. With complicated emotions, they walked towards Lin Ling and greeted Lin Ling. Lin Ling was much more polite to these divine generals and returned their greetings. Behind the crowd, only Sister Zhen did not greet Lin Ling. Now, her face was filled with malevolence and her heart was filled with dissatisfaction. How did Lin Ling become so strong? How did Lin Ling surpass her after 100 years of bitter cultivation? She had a feeling that now that Lin Ling's status and strength had soared, he would definitely make a move on her in the future. Either you die or I live. Lin Ling, oh Lin Ling, you're so ruthless. You forced me to do this. Sister Zhen's eyes quietly flashed with murderous intent. One must know that when Lin Ling first came to Lei Gong Hall, she had a grudge with Lin Ling, which led to her wanting to teach Lin Ling a lesson. With Lin Ling's rise, her lesson had turned into a thick murderous intent. Lin Ling was unaware of all this. In fact, he had no time to pay attention to Sister Zhen. After all, to him, Sister Zhen was nothing more than an ant. Lin Ling, I heard that you've become one of the 8 new gods. Congratulations. I was injured previously and did not get to see those battles. Sigh, what a pity. Chapter 4264. AI, it's all because I'm useless. Hearing Lin Ling's words, Xing Yi's eyes flashed with disappointment. But what's the point of obtaining a slot? I'm already a cripple. Even if I have a slot to enter the 8 gods' heavenly palace, it's nothing more than a joke. At the very least, you're still alive. Perhaps you can break and rebuild. Perhaps the 8 gods' heavenly palace will be your place of rebirth. Lin Ling retracted his smile and said indifferently. His words caused Xingyi's body to tremble. He looked at Lin Ling in disbelief, but he soon realized that Lin Ling wasn't joking. Break and rebuild. After that, he kept thinking about Lin Ling's words, and a hint of fighting spirit appeared in his originally dispirited eyes. That's right. Even though he was crippled, he wasn't dead yet. There was still hope. Lin Ling, thank you. Thinking of this, Xingyi thanked Lin Ling gratefully. Thank you, Lord Lei Gong. Lin Ling smiled and walked side by side with Xingyi. This caused the people behind them to look at him with envy. They thought that Xingyi had managed to climb onto a thick thigh. After all, Lin Ling was an existence that couldn't be underestimated. You dogs scram. Don't block the way. As they walked along the corridor, there were also people in front of them. However, Lin Ling continued to walk forward with Xingyi, not slowing down in the slightest. Jianghu Yanhui, the 7th prince, and the others had unknowingly appeared in front of them. When they heard the voice behind them, they didn't need to turn around to know who it was. Their bodies trembled with anger, but they didn't dare to say anything. They could only brace themselves and move aside, allowing Lin Ling and Xingyi to walk side by side. A few pieces of trash. No matter how good your teeth are, you can't escape the fate of being beaten up by me. Lin Ling mocked as he walked past them. Speaking of this, Jianghu Yanhui and the others shuddered involuntarily. They had planned to change their teeth after leaving this place, but now they were hesitating. Just like that, Lin Ling led Xingyi forward. Wherever they went, both divine generals and trial takers made way for them. The current generation's 8 great new gods were clearly not people they could afford to offend. Putting aside their status as people who stood above tens of thousands of people, even their strength could easily suppress everyone. Lin Ling, I'm sorry I can't fight you. As Lin Ling and the others walked faster and faster, Luli Empress and the others finally appeared in front of them. Beside Luli Empress were 6 people. They were the strongest existences among the trial challengers, including the Crown Prince. Seeing this, Xingyi immediately slowed down, not daring to step into the circle of the 8 new deities. I'm also very sorry. Lin Ling ignored them and continued to walk forward slowly. 7 pairs of eyes looked at Lin Ling at the same time. Other than the glazed Empress, the Crown Prince, and young Qilin, whose gazes were slightly different, everyone else's gazes were filled with battle intent. This was because they were the strongest amongst the challengers, and they also wanted to test Lin Ling's strength. Of course, other than the battle intent in their eyes, they didn't show any contempt or disdain. After all, Lin Ling had already received their acknowledgement. Next time, there will be a chance. Luli Empress looked at Lin Ling and said, I hope it won't be too long. Lin Ling nodded and didn't say anything else. He looked ahead and strode forward, quickly leaping past the 7 people. This action caused the crowd to exclaim in surprise. Because Lin Ling was one of the 8 new deities, he should be walking with the 8 new deities. However, Lin Ling had leaped past them. Was Lin Ling trying to say that he was the leader of the 8 new deities? This Lin Ling is strong, but he's also very arrogant. Yeah, he doesn't want to be on the same level as us. I hope I have a chance to fight him in the future. You will. Seeing Lin Ling walk forward proudly, the 8 new deities smiled faintly, their voices filled with coldness and battle intent. At this moment, Lin Ling had already reached the outside. He looked at the endless clouds in the distance and smiled. This time, he had finally taken back everything that had disappeared for 100 years. He had become a trial challenger again, and an 8-star one at that. Goodbye. Behind Lin Ling, the crowd walked out of the palace and said their goodbyes. Then they separated and flew in different directions. Lin Ling, you're not bad. Unknowingly, your strength has reached such a level. The Curishan walked towards Lin Ling and laughed. Beside him was Zuhua, Xiaoluan, and the others. Xiaoluan looked at Lin Ling excitedly, then ignored the Curishan and came to Lin Ling and bowed. Xiaoluan greets Lord Lin Ling. Xiaoluan's status on the Qurishans' side was not to be underestimated. However, in front of Lin Ling, Xiaoluan was still very respectful, as if she was Lin Ling's maid. After all, if it weren't for Lin Ling, she would have died in the mine. None of this would have happened. That's Xiaoluan, right? I heard she's the will of the realm. I didn't expect her to know Lin Ling. Yes. And from the looks of it, she's very respectful to Lin Ling. Yes. The crowd was still leaving, but when they saw the scene in front of the palace, they were all jealous. Because of Xiaoluan's status, the four gods didn't dare to touch her easily. Instead, they treated her like a princess. After all, Xiaoluan was the will of the realm. In the future, the four gods might have to rely on her. Yet she was so respectful to Lin Ling. Who wouldn't be envious? Get up. Yes. Lin Ling helped Xiaoluan up. He saw that Xiaoluan was doing well, so he was happy for her. Of course, he also quietly sensed that a powerful force was awakening in Xiaoluan's body. It was millions of times stronger than before. Then, Lin Ling pulled Xiaoluan over and asked her how she had been all these years. Next to them, the Qurishans saw Lin Ling constantly asking questions. His eyes widened because he heard Lin Ling ask Xiaoluan if the Qurishan had bullied her. Did she have enough to eat in the Qurishan? If the Qurishan had bullied Xiaoluan, Lin Ling would never let that old Qurishan go. Oh man. This word was even clearer. Not only did the Qurishan hear it, but even Sui Hua and the others heard it. They were all secretly laughing. This stinking brat. The Qurishan scolded jokingly. He almost hit Lin Ling's head with his pipe. Because Lin Ling didn't give him any face. However, although he looked angry on the surface, he didn't care at all. This was because Lin Ling had used the word old man many times when he was with the Qurishan. Moreover, although Lin Ling was Lei Gong's trial taker, to the Qurishan, he was like one of their own. Okay, it's rare for us to get together. Don't leave today. Stay for dinner. At this moment, the Thunder God walked over with a smile on his face. Okay. The Qurishan immediately agreed. After all, he and Lei Gong were close friends. Chapter 4265. That night, Lei Gong set up a banquet, causing Lei Gong's main hall to be bustling with noise and excitement. However, among all the trial challengers, only Lin Ling, Young Qilin, and Saint Guy were qualified to participate. Even the divine generals were not qualified. Lin Ling and Young Qilin could participate because of their extraordinary status. As for Saint Guy, it was naturally because of Lin Ling that Saint Guy could stay. The bustling night quietly passed. The next day, Lei Gong also found Lin Ling and took out 3 divine springs as a reward for Lin Ling. This was the reward for Lin Ling after he became an 8-star trial challenger. Lin Ling, I didn't expect you to become one of the 8 new gods so soon after you returned. Even I am extremely surprised. After seeing Lin Ling accept the divine springs, Lei Gong sighed and said. He was also very curious about Lin Ling. He did not understand how Lin Ling could fuse the 3 divine embryos. He also did not understand why Lin Ling's dimensional essence was so huge, even more terrifying than before. However, although he was curious, he did not ask too much. After all, he was also a god who had survived the era of the gods. He knew that the world was vast and anything was possible. Therefore, he was curious about how strong Lin Ling would be after he stepped into the realm of gods. However, all of this was unknown. After all, Lin Ling was not the reincarnation of a god. In the future, he could very likely surpass a mid-level god and possibly even become a high-level god. Putting away his thoughts, Lei Gong continued, Lin Ling, the 8 gods' celestial palace will open in a month. At that time, I will inform you to come back. Now, do you want to cultivate in Lei Gong's main hall? Lei Gong's main hall had a large number of cultivation exotic lands. All of them were treasured lands that were extremely rare. No need. I plan to go home and accompany my family. After all, sometimes cultivation is not just seclusion. Hearing this, Lin Ling shook his head and refused because he had been cultivating in seclusion for 4,000 years. He did not want to cultivate again after just returning. All right, I will inform you in a month. Lei Gong did not stop Lin Ling. He also knew that Lin Ling's strength had increased by leaps and bounds. If he continued to cultivate in seclusion at a certain time, the results would be even worse. After that, Lin Ling took his leave. When he left the Thunder God Great Hall, the 9 prefectures were already in turmoil. Because yesterday, during the Battle of the Gods, it was said that many experts were born. Among them, there were 100 great holy knights, 10 great generals, and the legendary 8 new gods. People were very curious about these legendary figures, especially the 8 new gods of the current era. They were like mysterious shadows that lingered in people's minds. It was as if they were looking up at the peak of the mountain, only to see 8 pitch-black figures standing there, looking down at them like gods. Some of these figures were holding swords, some had their hands behind their backs, and some were playing with flames. Everything was so mysterious. These 8 figures were the gods that they had been chasing for their entire lives, the gods that they had to look up to. I heard that the 8 new gods of the current era are formed by trial takers. Their strength has surpassed all the great generals, and they are the strongest under the 4 great gods. Yes, I know a divine knight. He was lucky enough to go to the void in Lei Gong's main hall and saw the investiture gods with his own eyes. I heard that the 8 new gods are very frightening. They can destroy the void with a single move. Moreover, they can transform into monsters and swallow millions of people in one gulp. Damn it, you're bragging. Please don't spread rumors. Although they are powerful, they don't eat people. Hee hee, I'm just a little excited. However, the 8 new gods of the current era, other than the gods, not many people know about them. It's said that they don't want to be exposed too quickly, so as to avoid being targeted by the spirit nation. Just wait, it won't be long before the truth comes out who the 8 new gods are. The news snowballed and quietly spread throughout the entire 9 states, and even to the 10,000 worlds. It was praised by countless martial artists. When Lin Ling arrived at the 9 states, he also noticed the rumors around him. He couldn't help but shake his head helplessly. The competition for the quota had just ended yesterday, and today, it had already spread throughout the 9 states. It seemed that news was always the fastest. Ignoring the news, Lin Ling walked towards snow-blowing city. In the city, people were also talking about the 8 new gods. Everyone was in high spirits and very excited. After all, in the age of the gods all had their own god positions. In this era, there were finally god positions. The 8 new gods, the 10 great generals, and the 100 great sacred knights. This was the current investiture of the gods. This was also the investiture of the gods after the age of the blowout age. Lord Lin Ling is back. He just returned from the gods, so he must have heard the news. Go and ask him. When Lin Ling passed by the city governor's mansion, the guards immediately came up to him with smiles. One of the old men even handed him a pot of good wine and asked with a smile, "Lord Lin Ling, how was the battle between the gods yesterday?" This was because they all knew that Lin Ling was very approachable and didn't put on airs. That was why they dared to ask Lin Ling. When Lin Ling saw the good wine, he smiled and roughly told them the whole story of the battle. Congratulations to Lord Lin Ling for getting the quota. Hearing Lin Ling's words, the guards were all excited. Lin Ling, that's great. You got the quota? At this time, Song Chiri, the city governor, also received the news that Lin Ling had returned. He rushed out of the mansion and asked curiously, "Who are the 100 great sacred knights, the 10 great generals, and the 8 new gods?" Alas, although I'm also a holy knight, my status is low and I can't go to Lord Lei Gong's place. That's why I don't know anything about them. The 100 great sacred knights and the 10 great generals. There are too many people, so I don't know much about them. However, I have met the 8 new gods once. And I know that one of them is me. Lin Ling drank the wine given by the guard and said casually, "What?" Hearing Lin Ling's words, the eyes of Song Chiri and the others narrowed. That was because they had never thought that Lin Ling could become one of the 8 new gods. After all, Lin Ling had disappeared for so long. How could he have reached the top in one step after returning? Lin Ling, are you kidding? Song Chiri stared at Lin Ling, tongue-tied. Do I look like I'm kidding? Lin Ling looked at him strangely. He took another sip of the wine and threw it to Song Chiri. At the same time, he said with a smile, "Thank you for the good wine. I'll go home first." Seeing Lin Ling leave, Song Chiri and the others were petrified. They thought that Lin Ling was joking. However, they had never seen Lin Ling joke about serious matters. However, Lin Ling had become one of the 8 new gods. His behavior was too nonchalant. It was as if he didn't care about the title of apotheosis at all. "My lord, slap me. I don't know if I'm dreaming or not," Song Chiri, one of the guards, said. Bang. Chapter 4266. The guard in the distance crawled back with a bloody nose and a swollen face. He cried and said, "I only asked my lord to slap me, not kick me. But it hurts. It seems that this is not a dream. Ha. Ha ha." Halfway through his crying, he immediately looked up to the sky and laughed, causing all the guards to laugh as well. Because they all knew that Lin Ling was from Snow-Blowing City and had been living here. This also meant that one of the 8 new gods was living in Snow-Blowing City. And for Snow-Blowing City, this was a matter of supreme honor. After Lin Ling returned to the courtyard, everyone immediately came to greet him. Then, like gossiping women, they began to ask questions. Lin Ling helplessly patted his forehead. Why were so many people interested in the matters of the gods? Then he once again told the whole story. Without a doubt, everyone was shocked. Then Yu and Yuer and Ancestor Tai Yen were all happy for Lin Ling. After chatting for a while, Lin Ling glanced around and suddenly asked curiously, "Hey, where's Big Brother? Did he go out to train again?" Haha. They didn't go out to train, but to compete for the position of the top 10 martial gods. Haha. Ancestor Tai Yen immediately said. Compete for the position of the top 10 martial gods? Haha. Lin Ling's pupils constricted. He was obviously very surprised, because he never thought that his big brother would have such strength. However, Lin Ling soon felt relieved. 100 years ago, although the top 10 martial gods were powerful, after the investiture of the gods, some sparrows could become phoenixes. On the contrary, it was possible for dragons to become earthworms now. Therefore, his big brother was not necessarily unqualified. Young Master Yao, Majin Tianzi, and the others also went. Haha. Seeing Lin Ling's surprised expression, Yu also said, because they are afraid that something will happen to Big Brother, many leaders of the God-Slayer Alliance went to support him. Therefore, even if Big Brother fails, he should be fine. Haha. In that case, let's go and take a look. Haha. Lin Ling pondered for a moment and immediately said, after disappearing for 100 years, he also wanted to see what the current top 10 martial gods of the 9 prefectures were like. All those years ago in the divine world, he remembered that there were 2 martial gods that were eyeing him covetously. One of them was the Wave Mirage martial god, and the other was the Eternal martial god. He wondered how strong they'd become 100 years later. All right, let's go together. Upon hearing Lin Ling's words, Yu and Yuer and Xian Yuangu immediately jumped for joy. Then let's go together. Lin Ling happened to have nothing to do, so he left the final world with his 3 wives. After all, he didn't know where his big brother was challenging the 10 martial gods of the 9 prefectures. On the other hand, Yu and the others knew how to contact the God-Slayer Alliance. In that case, they would definitely have a way. After a long time, Lin Ling and the others arrived at Heaven Pass City once again. However, this time, no one in Heaven Pass City dared to stop Lin Ling. When the city lord, who had been sealed by Lin Ling not long ago, saw Lin Ling, his expression became incomparably complicated. Although he still didn't know whether Lin Ling was a trial taker or not. However, he was clearly aware that he wasn't a match for that mysterious young man at all. City Lord, it's him again. More than a month ago, that guy destroyed Heaven Pass City. Should we capture him? Yes. Someone also noticed Lin Ling and immediately reported to the City Lord. Bullshit, let him pass. Yes. The City Lord didn't hesitate at all and shouted angrily. But this is too shameful. Yes. Those subordinates were very surprised. Heaven Pass City had suffered such a great loss, and now they saw that young man again. Could it be that they could only watch Azure Dragon leave? You can't afford to offend this person. Also, do you want Heaven Pass City to be destroyed again? Open the city gate and let them pass. Remember, tell those ignorant people not to provoke him. If anyone violates this order, they can bring their own head to see me." The city lord shouted majestically. Although those subordinates were very confused, they didn't dare to disobey the order and quietly pass down the message. This guy called Lin Ling is really arrogant. However, after he returned to the final world, it is said that he defeated many people. Most importantly, regarding this matter, the four great gods didn't stand out to say anything. There must be something fishy going on. Yes. After the city lord gave the order, he secretly wiped the sweat from his forehead. Then, he watched Lin Ling leave and finally let out a sigh of relief. After Lin Ling left for a full hour, an order was passed down. It was transmitted to all 36 cities in the final world. It was about the investiture of the 9 prefectures. It also stated that Lin Ling was a trial taker and the number 1 in this competition. Plop. After reading the news, the city lord was so scared that he fell to the ground. Fortunately, he didn't stop Lin Ling before. Otherwise, things would be troublesome. He had a feeling that if he stopped Lin Ling from leaving the city again, who knew how many people would die? At this moment, Lin Ling didn't know about the changes in Heaven Pass City. He followed Yu and the others forward. Not long after, they arrived at an abandoned world in the Eastern world. This world was very big, but the continent was filled with poisonous gas. It was not suitable for ordinary cultivators. Everyone who could come here was an expert. Therefore, there were countless experts in this realm. After all, the 10 great martial gods of the 9 prefectures were going to fight here today. How could people not be curious? After the investiture of the 9 prefectures, the 10 great martial gods had changed. Some became stronger while others became weaker. It was as if it was predestined. Other than martial god Di Lei, who was ranked first, and Luli Empress, who was ranked second, the others had more or less changed. Among them, martial god Huan Bo and martial god Yin Qi, who had become martial gods 100 years ago, were eliminated again. Their positions were taken by Black Crow Elder and Mu Tianjian. However, the other martial gods' positions were also in danger. There was a possibility that their positions would be taken away at any time. After Lin Ling and Yu arrived at the world, they looked around and saw a large number of people flying forward. In the distance, there was a yellow ocean. The ocean was quiet and motionless. It emitted a strong smell of sulfur. Moreover, the smell was mixed with poisonous gas. At the edge of the ocean, even though it was far away, they could see the endless number of people. Look, that's Mountain Crusher Gentleman, who is ranked 18th on the stairway to heaven on the divine ranking. That's nothing. I saw the top 10 experts on the stairway to heaven on the divine ranking. I didn't expect that they would also come to fight for the 10 great martial gods of the 9 prefectures. Last time, martial god Huan Bo and the others were defeated. The battle was very exciting. I wonder which martial god's position will be taken away today. I heard that many leaders of the God Slayer Alliance are here today. They are eyeing the martial god's position covetously.